Good afternoon, everyone. Ooh, this is loud. I know how to speak into a microphone. Welcome to the 2023 edition of the Creators Conference. It's my great pleasure to be here today with you all on behalf of the European Composer and Songwriter Alliance, ECSA. But before introducing today's conference, I would like to take a moment to remember Jörg Evers, one of our colleagues who sadly passed away a few weeks ago. Jörg was a German composer, lyricist, guitarist, bassist, and music producer. Through his different positions in several organizations, including the ECSA board, he always advocated to improve the working conditions of music authors fearlessly and tirelessly. He was always keen to share his experience and knowledge with his colleagues to the benefit of our community across Europe. We will always remember him with gratitude as a friend, colleague, and mentor to many music creators in Europe and around the world. Our sincere thoughts and condolences go to his family and his loved ones. As we gather here today, more than a year now after Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine, I would also like to convey our thoughts to the people of Ukraine who have shown and keep on manifesting incredible resilience and determination in the face of adversity. Now, before diving into the program of the conference today, I would like to express our sincere thanks to the European Union and the support of its Creative Europe program. Without this support, this conference would not take place today. I would also like to thank Cinema Palace for kindly hosting us here, the Cultural Creators Friendship Group of the European Parliament for their great support, as well as our sponsors who believed in the importance of creating the space for this discussion. That includes Zykes from Poland. You can see, well, actually, they were there before. Zykes from Poland, SACEM, France, PRS for Music from the UK, Gema from Germany, Buma Stemra from the Netherlands, Tiosto, members, Finnish Music Creators Association, the Society of Finnish Composers, and the Finnish Music Publishers Association, OSA, which is from Czech Republic, and Sabam, the Belgian Collecting Society. We are so grateful for your support. I would also like to express our sincere gratitude to all the speakers that are here today, who has joined us, and to every single one of you for being here with us, both here and online for that matter. The main goal of the Creators Conference is to encourage a dialogue between music creators, policymakers, and the music sector at large, to promote a fairer and more sustainable future for composers and songwriters. Today we will explore 4 main topics: music streaming, AI as in artificial intelligence in the context of music, screen composers' contracts, and the EU strategy for the music sector. In the first panel, I will moderate a discussion on how to fix music streaming and build a sustainable future for music creators. As you all know, music streaming is now the main way that people listen to music. And for music lovers, access to music has never been as easy and as cheap as it is now. But today we will try to move beyond the consumer perspective and reflect on the need to make music streaming more sustainable in the long term for everyone in the music value chain. To do so, we will ask ourselves many questions: how streaming works, are streaming revenues shared in a fair manner, how are they allocated, who benefits the most from streaming? That's going to be a surprise, I'm sure. Are the royalties flowing through to the correct music creators, and are they credited correctly? I think we know the answer to that one too. I will have the pleasure to moderate this panel with several brilliant panelists. Our panel could not be more timely, since the European Parliament will now draft a report on cultural diversity and the situation of authors in the European music streaming market. Then, during our first Q&A, session, we will explore another topical issue, artificial intelligence and its impact on the music sector. Last week, ECSA joined the International Human Artistry campaign launched at South by Southwest. And in this session, our speakers, lawyer and copyright consultant Florian Kempel, and songwriter and vice chair of BAM, Ariane Molema, will guide us into the sensitive topic and show us whether there is a way to turn new technologies into sustainable creative opportunities. In the second panel, Janine Lorente, expert in copyright and authors' rights legislation, will moderate a discussion focusing on the challenges facing screen composers with their contracts. Too often, screen composers are facing buyout contracts and other unfair contractual practices that deprive them from fair and proportionate remuneration. The panel will be discussing ways to move towards more transparent and sustainable contractual practices. That's a word to stumble on in these times, so everyone can have a sustainable future. Finally, for our second Q&A of the day, we will have the privilege of hearing European Commission Director George Heusler, who will exchange with ECSA Vice President Zara Mani about the EU strategy for the music sector. Throughout the conference, we will also have the opportunity to listen to keynotes by two members of the European Parliament from the Cultural Creators Friendship Group, who are at the forefront of the discussions on all these topics. A heartfelt thank you to Iban Garcia del Blanco and Alexis Georgoulis, for their invaluable support. Last but not least, we will conclude our conference with a closing speech by Alphonse Carabuda, President of the International Music Council and Honorary President of ECSA, who initiated the Creators Conference more than 10 years ago. Thank you so much for being here today. Let me now virtually give the floor to one of our keynote speakers, Iban Garcia del Blanco, MEP from Spain and representing the Alliance of Socialists and Democrats. Unfortunately, Mr. Garcia del Blanco was not able to join us here today, but he will deliver his speech through a video message. As rapporteur on the upcoming European Parliament report on cultural diversity and the situation of authors in the European music streaming market, we very much welcome his views, as well as the European Parliament decision to draft a report on music streaming. Last week, I took part in a debate on music streaming at the World Intellectual Property Office, WIPO, headquarters in Geneva. After the debates in the UK and the fixed streaming and broken record campaigns, I'm delighted to see that these topics are now clearly on the agenda across the world. I also want to personally thank Iban on behalf of ECSA for his support of composers and songwriters in the European Parliament. Thank you all again for being with us today. The timing of my microphone. Yes. Thank you all.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to participate in this Creators Conference organized by the European Composer and Songwriter Alliance. Unfortunately, I was not able to join you in person, but I look forward to further engage with all the composers and songwriters you represent on all the important topics that will be discussed today. Since I was elected as a member of the European Parliament, I have been committed to protect and promote the rights and interests of all the authors, including composers and songwriters. In February 2020, when I participated to the Creators Conference for the first, I had the opportunity to discuss with you the challenges faced by music authors. At that time, the implementation of the 2019 Copyright Directive was high on the agenda. I still want to believe that its principle of appropriate and proportionate remuneration will make a difference for authors and performers, despite its late implementation across the EU. Unfortunately, this is still not the case today. Too often, authors are denouncing coercive market practices of global platforms which impose buyout contracts and other unfair practices in Europe. in circumvention of the principle of appropriate and proportionate remuneration. Such contracts, most often subject to US law and jurisdiction, deprive them for the royalties due to them. As EU lawmakers, we cannot accept that our own laws do not apply in the European Union. I have asked the Legal Affairs Committee to prepare a study on buyout contracts and circumvention of the EU jurisdiction, and I hope the European Commission will finally conduct also a study of buyouts and other unfair practices imposed on European music authors, as the Commissioner Breton promised the European Parliament to do. I have been recently appointed rapporteur on the upcoming European Parliament report on cultural diversity and the situation of authors in the European streaming market. It is my intention to conduct an in-depth analysis on the streaming market, looking to ensure fairness and sustainability on the entire European music ecosystem at the heart of our report. The faithful implementation of the Article 17 on the 2019 Copyright Directive should help, but it does not address the challenges that music creators face in the music streaming market today. Music streaming has grown constantly and significantly for more than a decade. It is the most common legal way for European and worldwide audiences to listen to music today. Today, composers and songwriters are the first creative driving force in the streaming market. They shouldn't be the last one to benefit from it. As such, and because the sector's cultural diversity may be put at stake, their situation must be improved. To ensure that the streaming market becomes sustainable for the entire music value chain, there is no silver bullet solution, but rather different elements we must look at. Several studies are pointing to the growing streaming pie as a piece of the puzzle. Subscriptions have remained cheap and stable despite inflation. When I was younger, the price of a CD was approximately 15 euros. Today, by almost 10 euros, subscription provides monthly access to more than 80 million songs. Can this be sustainable over time for the entire music sector? These services may need to adapt their pricing models, but this is not enough. We should also ensure that the pie is shared in an equitable manner and that music authors receive a fair share. To make streaming sustainable, we should look at the bigger picture, including competition issues, the legal nature of a stream, as well as the current allocation of revenues per stream. Another crucial point for creators' recognition and remuneration is their identification on streaming services, notably by ensuring a comprehensive and correct metadata allocation for the time of creation. The vast amount of streaming counting manipulation and fraud have also negative consequences for the entire music value chain. Streaming platforms could be more transparent on how they pay composers and songwriters, but also how they make their work accessible throughout algorithms and playlists. Music streaming platforms are the only media services not regulated by any transparency rule at the European Union level, although the European Parliament has repeatedly asked for enhanced transparency. Last but not least, I strongly believe we should reflect together on how to build a new strategy for musical diversity in Europe by promoting the visibility and discoverability of niche repertoires and European works. Together with the Cultural Creators Friendship Group and with my fellow MEPs, I want to promote better working conditions for creators and a well-functioning, fair and transparent music streaming market. I'm sure today's conference will contribute to this objective to foster a sustainable future for the European music authors and their creativity. It is not only about protecting our European composers and songwriters now, but also about promoting the next generation of music creators. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Ivan García del Blanco. It's good to see somebody in this position having such a thorough understanding of what we're facing as music creators and going through all the different aspects that need to be addressed is very encouraging. So to start off with our first panel on streaming, I'd like to invite up the panelists, and we're going to start off with a presentation by Chris, but we'll bring everybody up in one go. Oh, thank you. So here we have a very diverse and, well, at least industry diverse panel. We've got Chris Cook, who's going to do a presentation, who's an expert in how the money flows or doesn't flow in the music industry. We have Helen Smith, who, yes, that'd be great, thanks. Helen Smith from Impala, who represents the independent music labels. And then we have Klaus Goldhammer from GEMA, who's also going to do a short presentation on the study that GEMA has done before. But Chris, let me give it over to you.
I'm going to go and stand up next. I also realised I didn't ask if I need a clicker. Is this what's coming? Look at this. All will be fine once the clicker is on the stage. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It's great to be here. Some of you may have seen me speak during the pandemic online, because I did do a couple of sessions with ECSA, including one at Eurosonic. But it's great to actually be in a room with people and not have to spend the next 15 minutes fearing that my internet connection is about to go down midway through my presentation. So yes, as you've just been told, I'm going to do a very quick introduction. 15 minutes, no more. That's what I've got, isn't it? 15 minutes. So there we go. Basically, my job is to get this conversation underway by very quickly running through how the streaming market works today. So how mainly Spotify-type services, although we'll quickly mention other services as well, how Spotify-type services are licensed, how the royalties flow through the system, and in order to get our discussion going, some of the debates that have occurred over the years, especially in recent years, about the current model and the pros and cons with the current approach. So that is my brief. I've already used a minute of my time. Let me quickly introduce myself first. This is me. My name is chriscook.com is my website. It's where you can check me out online if you so wish. And I am the founder and the managing director of CMU. We are a company based in London that exists to help people, navigate and understand the music business. And we do that in a number of different ways, including through our, I'll get this right in a minute. There we go. Over there, I think. Is that how you do it? I'll get it through the introduction, and then I'll be good by the time the slides that matter come in. So we report on the music industry through our media. We do lots of training courses about the business of music. We do research on trends in the industry, particularly around rights, licensing, and streaming. And we're involved in lots of events around the world. So, Oh, and that's gone backwards now. Oh, no, there we go. Okay, completemusicupdate.com is where you can find out more information about everything that we do. So this is my speed briefing all about digital licensing and digital debates. And oh, look at that. Okay. In case these slides get stuck halfway through, you might want to download yourself a copy, which you can do using that URL or that QR code. So the slides I'm about to present and some other resources as well, relevant to what I'm talking about, are available online. So I'm going to first of all explain how streaming currently works, how the money flows through the system. I'm going to spend 5 minutes on that. Then I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about some of the debates and issues with the current model. And then I'm going to very quickly introduce the extra complications in the room, which is that most of what I'm going to say in the first section is focused on Spotify-type streaming services, so Apple Music, Amazon Music, Deezer, Tidal, etc. But of course, we also are seeing a lot of growth in the market from YouTube and from TikTok and from Meta and who knows what else down the line. And we'll quickly mention the challenges and particular debates that those raise. Okay, let's see if this is... Oh, look at that. Okay. I think I might have got the hang of it. So, let's quickly explain how the streaming model works, how streaming services license rights, pay through money, and interact with the music industry. So let's start off with some real basics. Obviously, a streaming service like Spotify is streaming recordings of songs, and as everybody in the room knows, from a copyright perspective, that's important because songs and recordings are two different things as far as copyright law is concerned and as far as the music industry is concerned. So a service like Spotify needs to make sure that it has licenses in place with both the song side of the music industry and the recording side of the music industry. So negotiating deals with labels and distributors on the recorded side and with publishers and collecting societies on the song side. Not only do services need to ensure that they have licenses in place covering both sets of rights, the recording rights and the song rights, we also need to make sure that our licensing deals are covering different elements of the copyright, because it has been decided sort of randomly by the music industry, copyright law is generally silent on this, that a stream is both a copy and a making available at the same time, to use copyright terminology. So, in the world of songwriters and music publishing, it means that the mechanical rights and the performing rights of the copyright are being exploited simultaneously when music streams. And so, streaming services need to ensure not only that they have one set of deals covering recordings and another set of deals covering songs, but those deals allow them to both reproduce, copy the music, but also make available the music. Now, generally speaking, on the recorded side, when you do a deal with a label or distributor, both elements of the copyright will be included in the deal. However, when it comes to the songwrite side, particularly with Anglo-American repertoire and markets like the US and Brazil, the two sides of the copyright are going to be licensed separately. So we're going to need one set of licenses covering the performing rights, making available, and another set covering mechanical rights, specifically reproduction. So those are the deals that a streaming service like Spotify needs to get in place. So in terms of the song side, which is what we're really interested in here today, okay, the song rights, author rights, publishing rights, whichever of those terms you would prefer. On the song side of the business, the deals are negotiated by, the license issued by, a combination of collecting societies, or if you prefer, collective management organizations, CMOs, performing rights organizations, PROs, pick your terminology. Some of these organizations even call themselves MLCs, although weirdly not the MLC. So we have collecting societies, but it might actually be music publishers who are leading on the deal making, or it may be what I call licensing hubs, organizations like ICE and Polaris in the Nordic region and the One Stop Shop in Latin America, which bring together societies and sometimes publishers as well to negotiate as one. And which of these are going to negotiate the deal varies depending on the territory and the repertoire. So in most of continental Europe, it is the societies taking the lead. In the Anglo-American markets, it will often be the publishers taking the lead in partnership with the societies. It differs depending, as I say, on territory and repertoire, and it might be different for the mechanical rights versus the performing rights. Okay, so that is who is negotiating the deals. But what is the deal? That's what we're interested in here today. So, if you look at services like Spotify and all of their competitors, it is a revenue share based on consumption share business model. So I'm going to explain what that means in a moment. But I guess the key thing to know is that sometimes in the artist and songwriter community, there's sort of this assumption that streaming is a per-play royalty business. Every time a track streams, a sum of money, a tiny sum of money, is paid. But that's not how streaming works. It's not that there's a per-stream rate. It's that there is a revenue share based on consumption share model. At the end of every month, we can average the money that came in and the total number of plays that occurred and have a per-play average. However, that's not how the model works. Plus, as it says here, the process I'm about to explain happens separately market to market, and it will happen separately for free-tier services versus paid-for services, with a platform like Spotify that has both. And so therefore, while we can do a per-play average every month, if you so wish, it will often be misleading because the per-play averages will be different market to market and between free streaming and paid-for streaming. Generally, premiums will pay more, Mature markets will pay more, free will pay less, and emerging markets will pay less. Okay, let me explain to you what revenue share based on consumption share means. If we look at this from a songwriter's perspective or an artist's perspective, there is a three-step process to getting paid. And I call those steps the track allocation step, the revenue share step, and the artist-writer royalty step. So let's begin by explaining track allocation. Basically, every month, a service like Spotify, at the end of the month, says, how many plays did we have last month? How many streams occurred on our system last month? Bearing in mind that a play is counted at 30 seconds. Okay, so 29 seconds, not a play, 31 seconds, a play. Okay, so how many plays occurred on our system last month? And then for each track on the system, or actually you're going to do it on a catalogue by catalogue basis, but we could do it on a track by track basis. For each track on the system, what percentage of total consumption in that market did that track account for? Okay, so it doesn't matter how many times you were streamed. What matters is, of all the streams, what percentage were your track? What percentage were your catalogue? Once we have worked that out, the next thing that the service does is it says, okay, we know how many times music was streamed. How much money did we make selling subscriptions? How much money did we make selling advertising? And basically, for each track, for each catalogue, you take the percentage of listening, that number that you've worked out, and you apply it to the money. So if your catalogue is 10% of all the streams, you're going to get 10% of the money allocated to your catalogue. And that is step one, track allocation. Which then takes us to revenue share, step two. Basically what Spotify then does with each of its licensing parties, so whether that's a label, a distributor, a publisher, a society, is it says, okay, we've allocated this to your catalogue, and now we need to share that money with you, because our deal is a revenue share deal. So generally speaking, 50 to 55% of the allocation will be paid through to the label or distributor that provided the recording, and then 10 to 15% will be paid through to whichever publisher and society, or songs usually co-own, so publishers and societies represent the copyright in the song contained in the track. Those of you who are good at maths will therefore work out, of the allocation, the service is going to keep 30 to 35%. And that is the core way it works. So if you want to do a very quick recap, let's say our service made 10 million euros last month. Let's say we had a track that had 0.01% of all the streams that month. That's actually quite a big track, probably a Drake track. And of the 10 million, we allocate 0.01% to the track. That would be 1,000 euros. And then we'll pay up to 55% to the recording, up to 15% to the song. The exact figures will depend on the deal. And every deal is different. Most deals are secret. And once Spotify or whoever has paid the recording money to the label or distributor, the song money to the publisher or society, it has now done everything that it needs to do to be a legal, legit streaming service, although you will note no songwriter as yet has been paid, which brings us to step number 3, the artist or writer royalty stage. And basically, what is passed through by the label or distributor to the artist and the publisher or society to the writer depends on their deals. Depends on the deal that the artist did with the label or distributor, the deal that the writer did with the publisher, or if it's going through a society, to the society's rules. So it could be a few percent, it could be 100% of the money, depending on the deal, when the deal was negotiated, what the deal says. So that is the system. One other quick thing to throw in, because we're here to talk about the song side of the business. Once the deal has been done, and the songs are streaming, and the money is being calculated, there is an added complication on the song side. Because labels and distributors, once they've negotiated a deal, are uploading music, uploading recordings into the system. And the streaming service makes an assumption. If Sony Music, or if TuneCore, or if, I don't know, AWOL uploads a track into our system, they must control the recording copyright. So therefore, when that track is streamed, we will report to that label or distributor, we will pay that label and distributor according to our deal. But in the recording is a song. The service doesn't know what the song is, let alone who controls the copyright in it. It knows what the song is called, but the song might be called Hello. doesn't help us. We do not know what the song is. So therefore, what is happening is the streaming service will go to its licensing partners on the song side, whether that's a publisher or a society, and provide a full usage report for that market with every stream, every recording identified by the ISRC, the unique identifier for recordings. It's then the job of the publisher or the society, most publishers outsource this to societies, to identify what song is in the recording. So basically, we need to do a good old matching of recording to song. What we're really talking about is matching the ISRC for the recording to the ISWC for the song. Oh, maybe we're doing so well as well. Okay, oh, look at that. Well, you missed that slide there, but you can imagine what an ISRC, ISWC match looks like. It was quite hard to see it there. It's quite hard to do, actually, matching ISRCs to ISWCs. And basically, on the song side, the songwriter is relying on the licensing entity in each market, whether it's a publisher or a society, to do three things. To correctly match the recording to the song, to identify that they are the licensing entity for that song in that market, and where there is co-ownership, to accurately identify what percentage of the song they control. So, we know who's doing the deal, we know what the deal is, we know how the deals work once they're underway. As you're probably aware, there have been lots of debates in recent years about whether or not we have the right model, whether or not there are issues with the model. There are issues with the model, okay? But what are those issues and what do we do about them? Now, I'm not going to go into any great detail about those debates because that's the point of the panel that is following. But there is what I call the digital pie debate, which basically is, are we sharing the money out in the best, fairest, most equitable way? Now, actually, when we talk about sharing the money, remember those three steps of the process, because actually the questions are different. Are we allocating money to tracks in the right way? Are we sharing the money between the song, the recording, and the streaming service in the right way? Are labels and distributors sharing the money with their artists? Are publishers and societies sharing the money with the writers in the best way? Those are actually three very different questions, and sometimes they get confused. Beyond the digital pie debate, there are other questions, other things to be discussed. For example, are we making enough money to start with? I think everyone in this room would probably agree no, because Spotify's price point has not increased since it launched in the mid-2000s, despite inflation. So streaming has got cheaper every year. So it's a revenue share business model, remember. If the prices don't go up, then in real terms, the amount of money being shared out is going down. Then there are issues around data, which can affect the accuracy and efficiency of payments, particularly for songwriters. It is songwriters that suffer when the data is wrong. Plus, there is a general lack of transparency about how the deals work, how the money flows through the system, and how the money is reported. And these are all things that have been debated in recent years. All sorts of solutions have been proposed, and I'm sure we'll discuss some of those in a moment. But finally, let's remember that most of what I've said so far has been relating to the Spotify-type services, the premium streaming services, which are where the record industry is currently making the most money, by quite some distance, premium streaming. But we have other services coming online which pose interesting questions. What about video on demand services, Netflix, Amazon, etc.? What about music podcasts? What about apps using music? What about live streaming, Web3, NFTs, and metaverse? And we may well discuss in the panel the big other revenue stream today is the user-generated content platforms like YouTube and TikTok and Meta. So, lots of what we've talked about today relates to these, but actually some of these pose different questions that in a way we haven't even begun to discuss. And that brings to an end. I'm going to give you the QR code one more time in case that's useful to you. So you can download the slides I've just presented. There's some other guides that you can also access on that webpage there. I know that was fast. It's always fast. Doing it in 50 minutes is quite a tall order, but hopefully some of that made sense, helped inform the debate to follow, and I'm now going to pass back to our host and then bring on the next presentation and see if you have any luck with the clicker more than I did. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. And thank you so much for covering all the issues in such a speedy manner. I'm very impressed. I wish we could solve it in the same speedy manner. As Chris said, now over to you, Klaus, and good luck with the clicker. Yeah, it might be a magic touch.
I'll try my best. All right. Do you think there's something gonna happen? No, we don't see anything.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Hello, everybody. Actually, the speakers before me were really bringing the same issues up as I will discuss about the German market. My name is Klaus Goldhammer. I'm a managing director of Gold Media, and we were commissioned by GEMA to conduct a study on the German music streaming market and the economic situation last year. So, talking about the German market and talking about the clicker. Actually, Germany is a late bloomer in terms of streaming. The launch of Deezer in 2011 was the first step, and Spotify only entered the market 4 years after it started and launched in Sweden. And it took another 5 years until 2017 that 1/3 of the German population used music streaming. Only in 2019 we had reached the point where the streaming music generated more than half of the industry's revenue, and just last year, just 3 months ago, streaming generated 3/4 of the revenues of the music industry in Germany. This is quite late in comparison to other countries. So, you know, the Germans like to stick to their vinyls and CDs, and anyways, now it's all happening as well. And from the streaming usage, you can see that there was an increase of 6.4 times of the percentage of population that uses music streaming, 45%, which is almost 32 million users. And I think, as in any other country, almost every young person, 14 to 29, has a uses a music streaming service, whereas only a fifth of the 50+ population uses a streaming service. Sure, this is like the normal situation here. But talking about the value of music, there's another picture we can see, and I think this is perfectly what Chris said before. The number of songs listened to increased much stronger, 28 times. So we almost have 165 billion music streams listened to in 2021, and as the price stayed stable, the value or the turnover per 1,000 streams decreased from almost 10 or 11 euros to 8 euros. And this is not even with anything considering inflation or the purchasing power that has been changing. So we have a situation where the actual average revenue per user is going down in the music industry. So what do you do? If you are in the music industry, you try to increase the size of the cake, but it doesn't happen. As we see in the audiovisual sector, like with a video streaming service, they increase their price step by step. Whereas this is an example here, Spotify stuck with their prices, and only Deezer just 1 year ago introduced a price increase, and others might follow. But still, the German market there's very little price differentiation so far. We had, for this study, I didn't talk about the methodology before, we conducted also a survey with the GEMA members, and we had like 4,700 answers from the GEMA members, and there was also some opportunity to place some personal points, and I found that quote quite insightful, as you know, this eat all kind of services that are provided by the streaming music industry is quite nice, but not always nice for the creators. I guess he's clicking up there while I'm trying to do that. And so there's this very interesting thing happening here. So we worked very hard on this chart, actually trying to break down the numbers. And actually, please keep in mind, there are different contracts. There are a lot of contracts not being revealed. So the prices are varying, but we have talked with a lot of experts about this breaking down of the revenue streams. And we even got, when this study was published, we got feedback from people saying that's far too much. And there was the other feedback of saying that's far too little. So I guess we're quite good in the middle of what's happening with the €9.99 subscribers paying for months. So you have to deduct the €1.60 for VAT, and net revenues to be distributed are €8.39. Of that, streaming providers generate about €2.52, which is almost 30%. And the royalty pot of €5.88 goes, on the one hand, to the neighboring rights, of which the labels get €3.56, and the performing artists about €1.06. And on the other hand, you have the copyrights, of which the publishers get 45 cents and the authors 81 cents. And if you add this together, for performing artists and authors, we have together €1.87 of the overall net revenues. This is, I've put this in another way together, so talking about pies, labels get about 42%, whereas the streaming providers generate about 30% of the net revenues, and publishers with 5.3%, and the music creators only get about 1/5 of the overall revenue. This is pretty different compared to, for example, the radio industry, where the revenues are shared on equal half between creators and labels. So we also asked in our survey of how authors find or how they judge the remuneration of music streaming to be adequate. And surprisingly, 89% said that they are not happy in the way the remuneration comes out. Well, it's not surprising, I know, but it's interesting that there's still 3% saying it's okay, you know?
That's what I was thinking. Who are these 3%?
So let's come to the last point about playlists and transparencies. How do people discover music, new music? Mostly via YouTube, with 56% share in Germany. And the other two big factors to find new music is playlists from the streaming services and recommendations from the streaming services. Everything else is much smaller. So you see there are very important channels even to gain traction or to get attention. And if you look at the top playlists here, for example, from Spotify, the today's top hits, which consists about 50%, the top 50 hits of a current day, that accounts for almost 20 million hits if you're lucky to be part of that. But we know that, especially, this is from the UK down there, that from these playlists, most of the content is provided by major labels. So it's pretty hard for niche content or special programs to even come to these kind of playlists and be able to generate more attention for their music. We also asked the GEMA members whether they're happy with the way playlists are created or music recommendations are created, and also surprisingly, almost all of the music authors said that these criteria should become more transparent, so to better understand what's happening there and maybe how to deal with what is happening there to become more available or more visible. So I put that together from this study, just to make it very briefly. I think from what we see from the German market, there is a high demand for more fairness in terms of remuneration and compensation, for more transparency in terms of algorithms and recommendations, and for cultural diversity through these recommendations and the playlist. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Klaus.
One more thing. You can download the entire presentation. I think it's mostly in German, I'm sorry, from the GEMA website. And it's a 150-page presentation. So there's a little bit more about the market to say.
Well, maybe we can get you to kind of share it with us and we can put it on the ECSA website, this
Sure.
shorter version that you just gave us.
I guess so.
That'd be great. So to just explain, as you can see, Tobias Stenskär is not here today. There were some issues with flights from Denmark. So as I'm also a songwriter, I'll be representing songwriters on the panel. If it comes across as I'm being a little bit partial on this, normally I would be completely impartial, but I will represent the songwriter view. Saying that, I think I'm going to start with you, Helen. Having watched these presentations, do they reflect the concerns that you have on the independent label side, or what's your view on that?
Sure. Well, we have been looking at this question, obviously, of streaming and fairness in the market for a long time. Impala represents independent music companies, so that's probably mostly on the label side. We also have members who have distribution companies, also...
Maybe just speak a little, speak. I think they're quite sensitive to
is that better?
Yeah.
Yep, okay. So I represent Impala, which is the Independent Music Companies Association. That's covering mostly independent labels. A lot of our members also have publishing interests and distribution companies as well. They're based all over Europe, and as you can imagine, there are many different views about streaming. But 2 years ago, we managed to reach a consensus, and we put out a set of recommendations, 10 steps to reform streaming. Some of them are very similar. So, for example, talking about the value of the market, what's actually coming in. Our calculations showed then that when adjusted for inflation, the market is worth... Is this mic okay? It sounds a bit, that the market was actually then worth 35% of what it was at the height of the market. Now it's gone up a little bit. It's gone up to 40% of what it was. That's obviously when adjusted for inflation. So we really see a massive hole in the revenues coming into the music sector. When it comes to how, if we look at what Chris was talking about, the 3 different points that you raised, so that's the first one, is there enough coming in? Clearly, no, we would say there should be more. When you look at how revenue is allocated, there we have quite far-reaching recommendations because we believe a lot of work could be done, and we've invited services to consider taking an individual, differentiated approach when it comes to allocating revenue between different recordings according to different factors. So some of the people in the audience might have heard of, for example, the artist growth model, which was something that was promoted in the UK, and that basically involves adjusting some of the revenue from the very top earners and then spreading that across the rest. We've also got some other recommendations in there. We obviously insist on all labels paying fair contemporary digital royalty rates. That's absolutely crucial. We also talk about the need for industry agreements when there are common issues to discuss, for example, how artists that are non-featured performers, how they are remunerated. We think the French agreement that was concluded is really interesting there. In terms of our members' primary obligation, their view is that they're there to maximise revenue for their artists. Okay, they're solicited more today than ever before by artists who want to work with professional labels, and they see that as their primary goal: how to maximise revenue, how to get most exposure, and how to encourage services to really boost diversity, particularly in Europe, when we're talking about what I think Imagine everybody would agree is a lot more that can be done in order to promote more diverse music. We do not, for example, support specific recommendations like equitable remuneration, so-called equitable remuneration. We don't believe that's equitable. When we look at some of the figures as regards how the pie is cut, what we see is that labels, for example, their share of the pie is declining compared to labels and publishers and authors whose share has gradually increased. We're looking at all those questions now, 2 years on from our streaming plan, as to what our recommendations moving forward are. But I think the core two recommendations, I think, from the Impala community are: let's get more money into the services, but let's change how we allocate it when we as a community are allocating the revenue that comes in on a per track basis. We don't, for example, embrace user-centric, which is sometimes talked about. We think that some of the models in our plan would achieve more change on a much deeper basis, and that's really what we want to achieve, is proper lasting change that will make a real difference, not just another set of winners and losers. I think that's a fair resume of
right.
What our plan is.
Yep, that's really interesting, and I'm sure the major labels would argue with some of the point with the redistribution. I think since I'm Tobias today too, I will say that even though the songwriter share is growing very slowly, and I think one of the issues that you mentioned, Chris, I think you covered very well all the kind of multiple issues that we're facing, and one of them being competition issues, which I would imagine that even Impala would agree with, both on the platform side sometimes, as we can see with the strength and with the kind of bullying that we can see sometimes, like Meta in Italy at the moment, but also on the side of labels, where we have the major labels obviously owning the biggest publishers as well, and sitting on many of the big boards of CMOs as well. I think that when we're looking at solutions and what legislators can do, I think this is an interesting, and by the way, we're going to open for questions as well, because I'm sure that there might be some. When it comes to solutions that EU legislators can do, we're looking at competition issues, obviously, which was so encouraging that was mentioned, but also transparency. I don't know, to kind of before we kind of move on, when it comes to the transparency issues that have been mentioned, in particular when it comes to on what basis we're being paid. What's the stance by Impala on those requests for a greater transparency? In terms of knowing on what basis that we're actually being paid in the end, is it because obviously it's a non-disclosure agreement?
Yeah.
I know from a songwriter point of view, it's very, when you get a royalty statement, it really could be written in Turkish when it comes to knowing, but because every stream is obviously worth something different. which has been explained. But at the same time, how can we know that we've been correctly paid?
Yeah, so the independent community, through the Win Fair Deals Declaration, made some commitments around, well, principally it was to do with sharing of revenue that they were not obliged to share in terms of certain digital deals, like, for example, advances that were not attributed to specific plays. The other aspect of that was about, presenting statements that are not in Turkish, unless you're in Turkey
or Chinese.
I think it's quite a complex issue for labels, because they have, everything is a micro. You could send a bucket load of data to most artists, and that wouldn't really be helpful. But I think most of ours have made significant strides in that. In terms of actually transparency for deal terms with services, it's not possible due to NDAs. But every single individual artist and writer can, of course, audit their label and publisher. I mean, that's.
But it's impossible to audit a publisher if you're not allowed to know on what basis they've, what deal that they've done with the services. I think that's where the auditing clause kind of falls apart.
You can check certain things when you go through that process. But for now, for as long as NDAs are imposed, there's nothing that can be done about that, unfortunately.
Chris, do you have you picked up your microphone on it?
Well, in the UK at the moment, you may have followed that in the UK, our Parliament did an inquiry about the economics of streaming, published a very long report a couple of years ago. And on the back of that, the government instigated various working groups to try and find industry solutions. I mean, Parliament, the Select Committee in Parliament proposed copyright law reforms. Select Committees in Parliament don't actually have any power. And the government said, OK, copyright law reforms are still on the table, but their preference is an industry solution. One of those is around transparency, and that's where I've been most involved personally. And so we are seeking to get a code that everybody in the sort of supply chain would sign up to basically pass on some more information. Now, it's not all the information that artists and writers and their managers would like, mainly because of the confidentiality clauses that you have mentioned. And it's interesting that when you sit down with the services and the labels and the publishers in the same room, it's mainly lawyers I've ended up talking to. I'm not quite sure when we're talking about communications, but there you go. And they are all adamant, confidentiality, competition. Personally, I'm not sure I buy a great deal of that in the long term, but in the short term, we're saying, okay, there are specific terms. We're not asking for, we are asking for that, but we're not in the context of this formal conversation because we understand that we're not going to get that in the short term, maybe ever. But there is still more information that could be provided. Spotify, to be fair, has done the most work from a services perspective in communicating basically what I explained earlier. Although there's still little bits of information that we think even Spotify should be communicating and all of their competitors should be following suit. So we are engaging with the services, we are making some progress, and then the idea is if the services provide some information, they will partly do that directly through their own portals, but they'll also pass it down to the labels and distributors that they work with. The labels and distributors then can add some information that only they have, and then they can pass it down to the next level of labels and on to artists. So it's not going to be all the information we need, but there is going to be, hopefully, if this all comes to fruition, a little bit more transparency about explaining what I've explained, the fact it's a 30-second is a play. That's never been officially stated anywhere by anybody. It's interesting in these conversations, the services and the labels sometimes say, well, if this information isn't being communicated, how does everybody know? And I say, you tell me and I tell everybody else. And I think actually coming from the label's perspective, not aside from the confidentiality clauses, most independent labels are working with a distributor. And so they don't even necessarily have access to all of this information. So I think that actually some of this is going to benefit some of the independent labels as much as the artists they lead to. So I am slightly optimistic that we will get some progress on that. Having said that, I would also say on the songwriter side, there's a whole extra layer of transparency that songwriters need. because it is more complicated on the song side. And there is a tendency on the song side for people to say, oh, publishing is complicated, we can't explain it to you. Publishing is complicated, partly out of necessity, partly out of choice. But for example, if your song is being streamed in Australia, who is licensing your rights in Australia? Because it's almost certainly not your CMO and not your publisher. So who is licensing it? What database are they using to match the ISRC to the ISWC and to identify ownership? Because if the data's wrong, you don't get paid. And that information is not readily available at the moment. And what fees are they charging? Nobody expects them to work for free, but it would be good to know what they're charging. Is it 5%? Is it 25%? So on the publishing side, on the song side, there's an extra layer of information. We're pushing for it. We've not been promised it yet, but I think we will get a little bit more transparency going within the year.
Yeah, and that also brings us to the metadata issue, which I'm going to get to as well. When it comes to simplifying, just to kind of mention something before we go to metadata, there have been talks about, obviously, like as you showed, the defining what a stream is on the publishing side is different in different countries. Even across the European Union, we have different, it's 75-25 to the mechanical side in France, while in many other countries, well, in the UK it's 50-50. In other European countries, as Germany, for example, it's to the advantage of the performance side. And it's argued that this in itself also complicates distribution of the royalties. And there's been a push to maybe harmonize this across the European Union, or across Europe, or across the world even, for that matter, because it's different in Asia from the US and sorry?
And the metaverse.
And the metaverse, yeah. I think that as songwriters, we're for a harmonization. The question is, where is that split gonna sit? And I think it might be what we would push for would be a deeper study of how actually it brings a much broader issue about how do we define a stream, which even brings it to like the TikToks and the YouTubes of this world, because it seems like the definition of what each one is has been kind of decided very kind of, we'd argue, by the people who have the most power in the beginning, which is, when we look at certain areas, is it a sync? Is YouTube a sync? Is TikTok a sync? Clearly, we're not getting paid as if it's a sync in either one of those instances. Is all streaming a sale? Is that how, should the pie be divided as if it was a sale? Is there a way? Is there some way that we can kind of push forward something that would be more of a framework for those coming into the music market platforms to define and know what kind of licensing they would need? Do you want to?
Well, I would say we have a little bit more clarity on how things work in terms of the splits between mechanical and performing, and also around data and databases in the US than everywhere else, and that's because of copyright law. Now, some of that does come from a compulsory license.
And it hasn't worked that well for songwriters sometimes.
Interestingly, I think US has just leaped. So 2 years ago, because of bad copyright law in the US, songwriters in the US were at a disadvantage to Europe. The Music Modernization Act, in my opinion, despite it having issues, has put songwriters in the US ahead of songwriters in Europe. I'm not supporting a compulsory license. I think morally it's wrong that any streaming service should have an automatic right to stream songs. But what the statutory license in the US does, and the MLC, the new society that was set up, is under copyright law, a little bit more transparency is mandated. So actually US writers now have a little bit more information than they do in Europe, and that is copyright law that has done that.
Yeah, so then let's move on to the metadata part. And actually, I'll bring this to you, Helen, because we're, we've been told, and it has transpired from the work in the UK, that actually of all the songs that are being distributed and ingested by Spotify, we're using Spotify since it's one of the biggest service, only 1% of the new music catalog has an ISWC when it's ingested, when it actually is put up on the platform, which we would say is not really an acceptable way of doing business, because if you walk into Tesco's or any supermarket, they wouldn't be able to sell an egg sandwich without having all the ingredients on it and knowing who to pay and where it came from. So we're looking at, since I know you represent more than labels, but you're the label person on this panel, what is the view of labels of being able to, because we're looking at some sort of incentives for labels to actually provide this information. Why is there so few ISWCs that are being... I know that there's been problems getting an ISWC, but that is changing now, because the CSAC says that you can get an ISWC within 24 hours, and CODA says you can get it even quicker.
Well, if they say that's the time slot, but I think obviously, I mean, our members' view on this is really varied depending who you speak to, and some of them will say the data's fine, others will say the data's not so good, others will say, how can it be that there's no song data, because the song data's all there. We've all talked about this for decades, about having a global repertoire database, for recordings and also for works and songs, and we still don't really have reliable data, and a lot of societies in the recording world don't necessarily have reliable data, and that's for recordings. But I think that the data is probably there, but I'm not sure in the publishing community you have a single reference for data for
that would be the ISWC.
Yeah. Do you have? Does that exist yet?
What, the ISWC?
Yeah, but you don't have for all the recordings.
For the recordings,
yeah.
No, and I think that is that. I mean, I guess this is like because of the kind of backwards way that songwriters are being paid compared to when it was in the physical market, when the money would come from the labels. So the labels would actually, have that information of who to pay in the end. So I don't. Do you mean that we should, from our side, that the issue lies with us not having an ISRC?
Well, I think from our perspective, ideally we want to have one single reference and one single reference on the recording and the publishing side. I mean, and they talk to each other.
I mean, CSAC does have a website that gathers together all the ISWCs that have been issued. I can't remember what it is. It's iswc.something. Someone in the room probably knows. But obviously, if it's a new work, then there is the chance that there isn't an ISWC yet. Yeah. And so labels who are working with artists on new material, I think, would say that is often the issue, that labels will pick a release date and then, with all the best will in the world, there's then a mad panic to meet that release date with marketing campaigns set up, etc., etc. Meanwhile, has the admin been done on the publishing side, which is not something the label has direct control over. So I guess the challenge there, particularly with new works, is having all the different cogs working together, isn't it? Is labels over here saying, I need an ISWC, I need an ISWC. Writers and publishers over here going, we've got to get an ISWC by the label's deadline because they've got a release. And I think in the UK, we are talking very much that where artists and writers have managers, obviously the managers are the link between those. So in terms of the conversation in the UK, what labels are saying is, we will more proactively ask for that information from other people involved in the recording, and we'll definitely pass it on, and we'll make sure our distributors have a field, because some do and some don't, to provide it. then the managers need to raise up and say, okay, when the labels start bugging me for the ISWC, I know what that means, I know who I need to talk to, and then the publishers then need to know how they go and get the ISWC. So I think that is the challenge, is getting all of those different people to work, often to a very tight deadline, with a release date already in stone.
Yeah, and to kind of comment on that, we're now working with White Before Creators, which is actually addressing a lot of what you're talking about, to help creators instruct them what they need to release, because there are so many independent artists now that might not even be members of CMOs at all, so they don't have an IPI and wouldn't even know what ISWC is. And ISRC, they know, because if they go through a distributor, they'll either get a signed one, or they most likely will get a signed one by the distributor. And I do think that the independent distributors need to get on board as well with actually working more actively, because I think a lot of the metadata issues lie on that side as well. Now, I'm going to quickly move on to the last point that you made about the partially licensed, the user-generated platforms. And I mentioned earlier the most recent issue with Meta in Italy, where Meta has just decided to block all Italian works on their platform, or platforms rather, Instagram and Facebook and WhatsApp. At the very beginning of the renegotiation of licensing. And it kind of reminds me a little bit of something that happened in Germany a few years ago that went on for quite a long time. It actually happened in the UK as well, like years ago, where YouTube decided to block UK content while in negotiations with PRS. But fortunately, we haven't had that in the UK for a long time. You had it in Germany. Granted, it was what it seems to be in Italy right now is that it hasn't even been that Italy is or the Italian rights holders are refusing to accept a particular rate. It's just Meta flexing its muscles right at the beginning. Would you like to kind of maybe comment on how can we what can legislators do about these platforms that are in effect bullying the rights holders within these negotiations? Is there a way?
I mean, the general reaction would be to think about competition law, whether there is some leverage there. But from what I see so far, the discussion is that competition law doesn't apply. So then it becomes a real interesting debate who has which muscles to flex. And I think in Germany it was a long process with YouTube until there was finally an agreement reached, and that took years and years. But I can't comment on Italy, but I think this will be an ongoing discussion until we find maybe a European solution here.
Yeah, I think the competition angle is interesting, and there's also new European legislation that is supposed to put a framework around the power of big players, even if they're not technically dominant according to the definitions used under European competition law. So there are intended to be new solutions for that type of problem. But clearly, the idea that a service is able to just suspend the use of music as a negotiating tactic does raise quite serious.
Well, I think it also
we would say that type of response should be automatically banned.
Well, we can look at freedom of speech, or even, if you're closing down communications for a country, basically. I mean, yes, we have TikTok, but TikTok has its own issues right now and on many levels when it comes to privacy. And so Instagram and Facebook are certainly very dominant across the world, but certainly across Europe. And if you then prevent the freedom of speech, the communication, what does that mean? It's a much broader issue, I think, that the EU Parliament really needs to look at. I know we talked about the dominance of US, or actually Iban talked about the dominance of US platforms. And there's obviously, I think that Europe has a part to play. It had a part to play when it came to privacy, and it has a part to play when it comes to freedom of speech and diversity. And that's where I think legislators can actually help and need to kind of step in some form. I'm going to open for questions because I know we only have a few minutes left until the next panel. Do we have any questions in the audience? Alphonse, do we have a mic that we could...
we can share.
Claire is coming down and she can... Well, you can...
You might need it.
Yeah, but we could share.
We have it. We have plenty. I actually have two here. I can go in stereo.
Oh, we're down here all the time.
Thanks. I'm Alphonse Karabuda, and I'm the one you should send your Turkish statements from the CMO, and I'll help you to translate. So I have a question regarding user-centric models. So this is for Helen. I see an increasing interest and also demand from authors that I represent wanting a user-centric model, seeing that as something correct, a correct link from whoever pays and listens. And the studies that we've seen are often looking at areas of music or genres where you don't see such a big difference. But for individuals, some of these studies show that you might get between 700 to 1,000% more. And since I'm an individual, and we have a few other individuals here as well, I think that would be an interesting question to answer. Thank you.
Should I take that too? Yeah. The notion of user-centric is interesting in the sense that it creates this link between the person who plays and the artist or the owners of the music. However, what we found when our community did a study through Merlin, which is a licensing body, that they found that it actually concentrated income more in the hands of a few. So it didn't have this kind of democratization or spreading out of revenue that we as a community wanted to see. That's why it's not part of the specific recommendations of our 10-step steering plan.
Thanks. Sorry,
does that answer your question?
No, well, my question was really why not start off from something that is correct and then redistribute if that is necessary, rather than redistributing from something that might not be correct. But I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
I suppose the artist growth model that Helen mentioned earlier, I mean, it may be ambitious in terms of, obviously, the majors have to get on board if any of this to happen. But I think what I felt with the artist growth model was the starting point, as I understood it, with the artist growth model was the reason why a lot of people, and a lot of artists and writers, and indeed a lot of managers, are very supportive of user-centric, is this idea that it would distribute some of the money from the big artists lower down. And I think the starting point of the artist growth model was, well, maybe it will, maybe it won't. But it's not factored into the system. It might work, it might not. Whereas the artist growth model was, okay, if we think that some money should be taken off the most streamed tracks and redistributed it down, let's just do that. And so that's what the artist growth model was saying. And therefore, you would definitely know the outcome of that approach. Whereas with user-centric, maybe there would be some winners, maybe there's some losers. I mean, the studies are very inconclusive, the studies that I have seen. But I would agree that certainly amongst artists and writers I talk to, there's a lot of support for it.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. And actually, following on that, I think another interesting point is obviously looking at catalog versus new releases. Because I talked to one of your major members, not a major member, but one of the bigger members, who, when we were talking about catalog, and they were saying that 70% of all their income was deep catalog, and one of the labels said it was actually 90% was deep catalog. So where the whole distribution model right now is that we're obviously competing against all the music that has ever been released, you know, in the world. Is there, you know, and that is also then kind of making the distribution more slanted. Is there a solution that could pay new music a rate that is higher, or?
Yeah, that's also been discussed in our sector too. I mean, the main cost in the music sector has been and always will be how to actually break artists, how to help them get through. And it's much, despite this notion, the illusion of accessibility, it's actually much, much, much harder today, and those statistics that you're mentioning are exactly why. It's much harder to actually work with and break new artists in today's community, music sector.
Of all the things in that section of the Impala plan, for me the one that could be implemented basically tomorrow is factoring in track length. Is this idea that, and obviously there are certain genres of music who are really disadvantaged by this idea that a play is at 30 seconds. And you might have a 15-minute piece of classical music and you're only getting one play. Plus, of course, we know there are some people gaming the system by uploading lots of 31-second tracks of birdsong. So
what have you got against birds?
There's also 15-minute EDM songs that might be kind of viewed in a...
So the Impala suggestion was basically to have another count, wasn't it? Like 5-minute 30, 10-minute 30, or something simple like that.
Yeah, I think that's a difficult one though, because again, just because a piece is long doesn't mean that it actually, you know, costs a lot to make. If we look at the specific one, when you know, a remix that goes on for 7 minutes versus a classical piece versus a 40-second white noise for a baby. I think we could look at. I mean, it was really shocking, that statistic, that half of that white noise, baby white noise, that had 500 million streams now. And I put it on and I looked at the playlist, and it was like a playlist that every single track was less than like 40 seconds long. So it's clearly made to game the system. And it even had a composer, Eric Eriksson, so I have a suspicion that it was a Swedish composer. He must be one of the biggest rights holders at
a very
STIM.
frustrated parent.
Do we have any other questions? Harald.
Thank you. Harald Hanisch from the Austrian Composers. I have a question for you, Klaus. I wanted to make sure the graphics. The 45%, is this included or excluded the money, the labels, the major labels, the hundreds of millions they get up front? Question one, and then I have a solution for the 3%. These are the people like Bon Jovi, U2, Rihanna, Pink, etc., because they get money up front as well, and they're happy with the outcome. Thank you.
Tricky questions. The money up front is not included in this view as we're talking about the €9.99 which comes into the system, and so this is not in this way affected. I know the old Sony deal that has been published some years ago, where you could see what kind of money has been taken out before. And what was the second question about?
This was just the 3%, because
yeah.
From the money from the back catalogue of these great bands like U2 and Bon Jovi, etc., these bands become also money.
Yes, and this is already factored in. So, yeah, as you can see.
I mean, with the advances the services receive, I mean, they are recoupable advances. So they're not just money to bank, but obviously the controversy is where they are recoupable but not refundable. So if within a licensing period it turns out the service over-advanced, then the label or publisher can bank the difference. And then there was a big debate on, well, how is that shared with artists and writers? I think pretty much everyone has now committed the indies first, as always, and then I think Warner was next, and then the majors. They do share it, but there is still some transparency issues around how they share it.
Yeah, I was going to say that was the whole raison d'etre for the Win Fair Digital Deals Declaration a few years ago, where we took that commitment to share that revenue, even though it actually fell outside of contractual obligations.
I mean, in theory, the longer a service is running, the less that should happen, because they get better at advancing more accurately what they expect. Although there are other kickbacks in the deal beyond advances. So again, it's a transparency issue of, are there marketing benefits and data benefits that maybe the majors are getting and everyone else isn't, and what is the value of that, and are artists and writers seeing the benefit? And
the kind of minimum rates as well that might
there might be minima still in the deal.
Do we have any other questions? We have a couple on the side here. Let's take Helene up there. All the way from America.
My name's Helene Muddyman. I'm just wanting to ask, does anybody talking about how royalties for producers that used to be on records, they're still not taken into account? They don't have any royalty on a stream that they used to have, 3 points on a record. How can we include people with different sets of royalties instead of everyone trying to take a writer's share for things that are perhaps not a writing share? You know what I'm saying? The producer share. Where's that gone, and why isn't it being taken into account?
But the producers do get points from the labels if they're working with a label. So that is still like a contractual thing that is still happening on the from the label side. But I would say that as a songwriter, I think we still obviously have a lot. One of the issues that we are battling with, as you just mentioned, is the kind of dilution of the songwriter share, where, when people say, how can a song be written by 7 people? A lot of the time, it's not written by 7 people. It's just the people with power have taken a share. And there was a campaign, a social media campaign, that was sort of done anonymously, because songwriters are so afraid of being boycotted or by artists when they basically out artists that have not written the song, that are still taking a large share of it. And that campaign, so many songwriters were too afraid to join that campaign or to speak publicly. And it's one of these issues that I don't know how to. I would love to get more songwriters speaking out about this, or at least maybe do it as a group so that nobody is kind of hung out to dry. But it's difficult because it's such a, for lack of a better expression, dog-eat-dog world among songwriters that they're so afraid of kind of ruffling the feathers.
Well, and I think generally, the whole split of the pie is exactly that problem. Even the people who are songwriters on major labels who could have power, and all of the composers and creators could have power if they joined together, but there isn't the ability for us to do that because, as you say, everyone's frightened of being left out to dry.
Yeah. And that's why it's so nice to see really powerful writers speaking up, and actually standing up for the people who are not the featured artists. Graham.
Thanks. Just a quick one. Graham Davis, CEO of the Ivors Academy, and seeing the Member of Parliament raising potential competition issues or wanting to look at them. I think it's been in Klaus's presentation in general, conversations here about concentration of power in the industry. You've just been talking about songwriters fearful of speaking out, etc., etc. So one thing that we did do in the UK was step forward and push for a competition inquiry from the competition authority. So Helen, I'd be interested, does Impala perceive any dominance issues in the market? Because it wasn't clear from that process what the independent's position was.
Yeah, I think we see that there are multiple dominant players in the digital market. I mean, that's very clear. I think that we all have the difficulty of we're trying to fit a square box into a round hole with competition, and we have seen this. At Impala, and for those who don't know, we're quite frequent visitors of competition authorities, and the traditional competition rules basically all more or less depend on notions of dominance and market power, which, of course, in the digital market, you have a series of powerful players, all of whom are indispensable, without necessarily, or they might have arguments about who's dominant in what particular part of the market. So for us, we talk about indispensable trading partners and how they have or should have extra responsibilities, and that's where things like the Digital Markets Act in Europe is hopefully going to be a source of solutions in the future. Obviously, that doesn't apply to the UK post Brexit, but the actual notion that regulators should be able to intervene is one which is much more accepted now compared to 5 years ago, certainly 10 years ago, and the notions that competition rules or regulatory rules do need to keep pace with the market is something which is I think is much more accepted now than it used to be.
I think we're also, and what Graham probably is referring to is also, it's also the dominance of the major labels owning the major publishers, and how maybe Impala feel about that vertical integration that exists in that space.
We have talked about market concentration, obviously, in our submissions on comments on mergers and takeovers and general competition cases, and we don't believe a concentrated market is healthy. I mean, clearly, we want to see more competition, and that means more space, because otherwise we cannot get all this exciting, fantastic music in Europe that we're creating. We're all working together. All those different language artists and compositions that should be getting more light, and 90% of the money is going for old catalogue. Not old catalogue, but catalogue.
Great, and I think that's a really good note to end this particular panel on. We're going to have one more panel before the break, and it's on artificial intelligence. It's a session with. Oh yeah, wait. Let's thank our panelists. Thank you so much. So without any break, because we know we got to move on, we have the artificial intelligence discussion between Florian and Ariane. I'll let come on up. Yeah. So as we thank you everyone from the streaming panel. Ariane and Florian. This is I think every single panel and discussion I've had in the last few months has been on this particular issue. And it's quite thorny, so I'm really interested to hear what you've got to say about it. There's a microphone.
It's fine, I hope this works. Hello, I hope you're excited. It's artificial intelligence, that's the main thing, it's fantastic. And it's in particular the UK government has mentioned it in the budget last week. They said we need to think about artificial intelligence. They will put world-beating £900 million in a supercomputer.
Yay!
So it's really, and they will. So I'm a bit worried why the government engages in artificial intelligence when otherwise on intelligence they're more an innocent bystander. But they also look into two of the main areas which I identified, which we will talk about later, i.e. text and data mining, an exception for the reproduction of material to train the machine, and the copyright status of artificially generated works. So that's going to be quite interesting. I need to sit down.
Are you okay?
I have a glass of water, because I'm quite excited as well. But I'm more excited about your views, and I think the part of the idea of this presentation is that I talk for 15 minutes until everyone loses the will to live, and then I'll ask you.
No.
I would be really interested, in particular from the creative side, because I'm not quite sure whether we should be scared or not. And as Stephen Hawking said, whether AI is the best or the worst thing in the world, we will never know. So I think that's quite interesting.
Can I ask a quick question to the audience? Because I'm just curious to know who has worked or doodled around with AI, ChatGPT, DALL-E, stuff like that. Okay, fair amount. Did you like it? Yay, nay? Yeah? Did you create great art by it? Silence. Okay, well, we're done. I think we can go home now. It's easy.
Okay, thank you very much, and see you at the lunch break.
Yeah, no problem.
So, I think the main thing is a lot is happening. The last week seems so exciting about artificial intelligence. Not only my own government being very clever, but on Thursday the US Copyright Office announced further roundtables on 2 issues: the copyright status of artificially generated works and the possibility of having an exception. And then we had last week, we had the announcement of the declaration in Texas, which Helene mentioned. So it is quite exciting on the policy level. But even more exciting, GPT-4, generative, progressive, pre-trained, generative pre-trained transformer 4 was presented on Tuesday, which is new software, and this highlights one of the issues that we talk about technology as if we understand what we are talking about. This is I'm a policy lawyer, so I talk about artificial intelligence. When I talk to artificial intelligence producers who work in the field, I have no idea what's possible. It beggars belief. So, and this is one of the things. You think it's exciting the last week? It has been exciting since about 2018. Then a lot of academics were writing about artificial intelligence and what it means. And this is why I show the picture of Karl Valentin, a German philosopher from Munich, who said everything has already been said, but not by everybody. So I add my own voice to it. Yeah.
So let's get the show on the road, Florian. And you present. I think you have to aim. Does anybody have the trick? Do we have to aim at this or at Alphonse? Or this way? So okay, up in here.
I did something. It's about the definition of AI. And if you look around in the academic world, there are zillions of definitions of artificial intelligence. And one definition is more clever than the others. Pages of clever definitions. So I asked ChatGPT to write it in the style of an out-of-copyright writer. I didn't want to infringe copyright. So and I created the first line, my copyright, and the rest is ChatGPT. So I didn't put the copyright symbol below it, but this raises interesting questions. Am I an author? Is the one line I added enough? Is telling the ChatGPT sufficient that I'm already creative? Is ChatGPT and I, are we joint authors? Which, by the way, in India, there was a registration of a painting. I don't know whether anyone saw it. In December 21, a clever lawyer registered a painting as joint author with an AI software. And the Indian Copyright Office registered it. So that's quite scary. And then the Indian Copyright Office wanted to reject the registration, and then they figured out there's no way to do that. So that's weird. Okay. You know, all these clever definitions I try to simplify because I like a simple life. And it's basically an algorithm which uses existing data sets to make further predictions. So we have 2 categories, input and output. And if you think about it, this is exactly what we are talking about at policy level. what happens at input level, i.e. what happens with your creativity, and what happens at output level. What is the copyright status of AI-generated works? An interesting feature of some of the clever definitions is that they refer to human likeness, mimicking human behavior. And I put it here because I think that's quite good, because the computer is not really human.
Yet,
yeah. But it's mimicking human creativity, so that's quite the interesting. I think that's this definition I like, and it's, as I said, it's rather short. So I thought, given that we don't know what artificial intelligence is, it would be interesting to see what it actually sounds like. So I looked at some uses of artificial intelligence in the music industry. Most of you will be familiar with it. So Beethoven's 10th Symphony, which will change the world, if he had written it. And so an orchestra in Bonn did perform the rondo and the scherzo of the 10th Symphony, finished by artificial intelligence. And that's quite interesting, because how can you train the machine? Are you using Beethoven's works? There's such a difference between Beethoven 1 and Beethoven 9. How can you train the machine on Beethoven to finish the 10th Symphony? Then we have Yamus is again a creative AI. Sorry, if I talk about creative AI, I feel like I'm insulting you. So it's a manufacturing AI. Well, it's not really manufacturing, is it? So they wrote, Yamus wrote a lot of works, and they were performed by orchestra in Malaga, but they were also performed by the London Philharmonic Orchestra. So that's, again, written by itself, and it's 10 years old. So we are not talking about something which happened recently. This stuff is old. Club of the 27, I wanted to mention this because there's a collective in Toronto which spent 18 months to finish music written by the famous 27. So the people like Kurt Cobain, Amy Winehouse, yeah. Jim Morrison,
Jeff Buckley, probably.
So
Will.
They put in they put in 30 songs from this relevant artist, and then they spent 18 months editing the output of AI, because in the words of these people, they said it was not that good. So and then the question arises: is this creative, or are they just using AI as a tool? Or is the AI creating itself? Who owns the copyright? Do the people who put it all together own the copyright? So that's quite interesting. And of course, we need to talk about library music. Because even though people look down on library music, it's actually quite a skill. And it's a huge way to earn money from people. So I work for a library musician, and he makes a lot of money from GEMA, by the way. So, and he will even make more money if he sells it as a buyout, but let's not go there. So let's see whether this works. I wanted to play the music. AI or not AI?
Raise your hand if you think it's AI. Raise your hand, please, if this is AI.
Left hand. That's the Club of the 27. Human singer, important. They couldn't replicate the singer. It's a tribute band.
It's in the style of Kurt Cobain, probably.
Yeah.
If you believe this is AI, raise your hand, please. Bit less.
It's less clear. That's Daddy's car. That's 5 years old. This was a machine trained on the Beatles catalog, a Sony-owned flowing machines software.
Yeah.
It's AI.
It's AI.
AI or not AI?
Raise your hand if it's AI.
David Guetta asked ChatGPT to write like Eminem and fed it into the machine to sound like Eminem.
AI?
How do you know that this is AI?
Well, tell us, Florian.
It is AI. But you can only see that it's AI if you compare with the next one, which is proper music. So no giveaway, you don't have to raise your hands. If you don't know the song, then you're in the wrong room.
System of a Down.
And now we go into classical music. 2 pieces, one AI and one not AI. So both played by human orchestras.
If you think this is AI, raise your hand, please. The hands are going up slower and slower, like, I don't know. I'm not quite sure.
Some people think it's AI.
Yeah, is it?
The next one. AI or not AI? AI? That's Beethoven's 10th Symphony. And the first one was Haydn's first. So I hope it is not insulted. Joseph, good old Joseph.
Okay, good. Now we know where we stand.
And next one, interesting. Chopin or not Chopin? No, it's not Chopin. That's not Chopin, that's AI or not AI. Modern music, modern classical music.
Is it
anyone
AI?
thinks AI? Or you might have to compare to the next one. AI or not AI? So the first one was Jammus ad Ipsum, played by the orchestra of Malaga. And this is that's Stockhausen.
So modern classical computers are safe for now.
I think so.
I think so. Okay, that's good to know.
And Nirvana is safe as well.
Lucky for them.
Chopin or not Chopin? I find this quite cool. It is not Chopin, of course, but it's they put in the first 5 notes from one of the Chopin etudes and told the computer to finish it. 2 more to go, production music. AI or not AI?
Who thinks this is AI? Yeah, a couple.
That's the soundtrack to You. If you know the series.
Yeah.
Which is a bit of a giveaway, so it was not AI. And the next one is Aiva. So that you can see that this is actually quite nice. So this is the point I wanted to make. And I wanted to stop. It doesn't stop. It does stop. Okay, so I hope that this was quite interesting to hear what it can do and what it can't do, because you could highlight the point. And this brings us to the point, what is AI generated? Is it AI generated if people spend 18 months editing it? What do you think?
AI assisted?
It's AI assisted. I would say. Somebody said synthesizer. Is a synthesizer AI? It's a tool. So I think that this is, so let's go to the 3 stages of artificial intelligence. We have input, from a copyright perspective, that's machine learning. Then we have the AI application, it's the algorithm, it's quite straightforward, it's a literary work, boring output. We need to differentiate between AI generated and AI assisted. And I tell you, this will be the key battleground to see whether it's AI generated or AI assisted. Because is it creative for me to say to be or not to be finished in the style of Shakespeare? Is this creative? Would I be able to register it with Gemma as a literary work if I put it to music? They probably license everything. That was really unkind. I like Gemma. Input, again, so we have a couple of ways, and these are words you should know: supervised, unsupervised reinforcement. For instance, GPT-4 has been trained supervised by someone giving them material to learn, unsupervised, someone giving GPT to say, you scrape the internet for yourself, and then reinforcement. GPT-4 came up with solutions, and the human said, that's good, that's bad. It's a little bit like educating a kid. Reproductions, we're approaching the end. So this is the key battleground, is there are a lot of reproductions happening in the machine learning process, in the input stage. The question is, do we need a permission? Do we have a permission to offer? And then we have the questions of TDM, whether there are exceptions applicable. So we have the UK discussions. There was a proposal to have an exception. In the European Union, we have Article 3 and Article 4 of the DSM directive. In the US, fair use. That's interesting because, Getty Images started in February a law case against Stability AI for using their data sets. And then the Singapore and Japan who have actually expressed provisions on AI. So Singapore in particular, section 243 of the Singapore Copyright Code enables reproductions for the use in technological processes. But Singapore has not become the haven, the centerpiece of AI development. So maybe an exception is not the one which is so key for the market development. This is again Talos. Who knows Talos from Crete? Talos was the first AI ever. It was created by Hephaestus to protect the island of Crete. So this is obviously an AI reproduction by Stability AI, and it was fed all the data to protect the island. But, and this is why your work, the data sets are so important, they made a mistake and they didn't file Jason and the Argonauts as bad people. So Talos let Jason pass, and Jason destroyed Talos. This is how it must have happened. And so I think this is a good story, how important the data sets are. This is the works used. Without the works which they're reproducing, there's nothing. A software is nothing but software. I will stop it. This is hopefully my last slide. So AI-assisted AI, we talked about. There's a general anthropocentric approach to copyright in the world. European Union, obviously, the author's own intellectual creation. And the US, you also have in the US law, you have to have a modicum of creativity. So everything is about human creativity. But we need to look at patent law. There's an interesting lawyer running around the world trying to register patent inventions as an AI. And I invented patent as an inventor. So that's going to be quite interesting. So we need to look out for this. Authorship, ownership, I leave it there. And the last point I wanted to make is identification, transparency, and record keeping. The moment the machine is trained, this is the only moment we will be able to identify which works have been used. because from the output, we don't know what's happening in the black box. Mind you, I don't know what happens in the brain of Paul McCartney, but it's genius. So it's important. So forever, if we want to find out about infringement, if we want to find out about a licensing, we need to have record keeping, and the record keeping is also something which is mentioned in the AI Act, which is, I think, irrelevant in our context because it only concerns high-risk AI, and even I would say Miley Cyrus is not high risk. Okay, so I think let's go for questions and answers. That's where we are. I spoke about all of this.
Okay. Well, I have thanks, Florian, for this presentation, and you've presented a sort of a legal framework of what are the issues, what's happening. I think the input-output debate is very interesting. I've seen lawyers ask, well, I mean, input-wise, using databases, you know, scouring all over the internet, using those tracks to create new music, isn't that basically the same as a composer being inspired? And this is, of course, a relevant question, because if that is the case, then we're basically doomed. But do you have an opinion on that?
I have many opinions.
Would you be able to? Would you be willing to share?
I think this is actually. I thought about this because we had this inspiration debate about 20 years ago that copyright that it's standing on the shoulders of giants. I don't know who remembers. This was used against copyright law. So I think there's a difference between. There's a clear difference between being inspired. Mind you, Oasis, for those of you old enough to remember, it sounds like a little bit more than inspired by the Beatles, but they got away with it. So it is an interesting question. I cannot see an AI to be inspired. I cannot see, as someone from Max Planck said the other day, a computer is not curious. I think curiosity is important.
Yeah, it is, but at the same time, it just barely doesn't matter because you can't hold the computer accountable for anything. So it's as you mentioned, it's a black box. We don't know what's gone in. We don't know what's happening within it. We only know the output. We have no way of finding out what's happened in the beginning and what it devoured to come up with that specific work. That can, of course, create some problems for us as creators, because if my works are being used, if somebody uses a prompt on AI and it says use all Arjen Mollema's works and create something new, I would have no idea. Would that be a copyright infringement? Or should I be happy that somebody's doing that, feel honored?
Can you feel honored? No, I think this is the problem, because from the output, if you look at the output, you will not be able to identify or to evidence that your work has been copied, that the essence of your work has been stolen. So I think this is the key problem. That's why I mentioned record keeping at the input stage, which would help us at least to identify what is potential. But there's also the question of moral rights. Do I want to have my works treated by a computer? Do I want to be associated with something which sounds a lot like me? I don't know. Personality rights. The Tom Waits story, I don't know whether you know, when Tom Waits sued car manufacturers for using his voice because he was angry that he didn't hold them in high esteem, and he won, but not because of copyright, because of personality rights. So that's quite interesting.
Yeah, it is, and the moral rights, of course, is interesting because you have the right to have your name attached to the work that you've created, and if somebody uses your work to create something without your name being attached to it, that's probably a violation. We already have questions, so let's just open up the floor. I have 1 and 2, Patrick.
Yeah. Thanks so much. Hi, I'm Liza Beck. I'm an independent producer. And I sometimes use machine learning algorithms in my work. And if I train an algorithm on, say, one of my collaborators' audio files, then the approach I take is that I credit them as if they had performed on the track. I haven't managed to get a clear answer on what model contracts I should be using, what records I should be keeping. I have asked these questions, and I can't afford to pay a lawyer like you. So I thought I'd take this opportunity to ask you, what should I be writing down? Because I want to be fair to the people I work with.
You haven't even asked him how expensive he is, so you don't know if you can afford him. But okay. No, let's. Did you get the question?
I'm very cheap. I shouldn't have said this. No, it's a good question. I wouldn't know the answer to it. It depends on the impact. So I would say it's like if they contribute 50%, I would give them 50%. I think that this is from the concept of joint authorship, which I mentioned quite a bit, is an interesting one, because in general under UK case law, in particular with cases on Procol Harum and the Bluebells, they said you get 50%, you have a 50-50 split if there's a joint author without contractual arrangement. But in general, I think it basically feels what you feel is fair.
Yeah, and if I may add to that, there's now a debate started by a Dutch lawyer about this particular issue. He says you have moral rights, so your name should be attached because you've written it. But if you've used AI to co-compose or co-create, don't you also have the obligation to let your audience know that you're using that software? Because you don't want to fool the audience and you don't want to claim creatorship that you haven't sort of created. So that's a whole sidestep of that debate, aside from the percentages and whatever. So I hope that's a sort of an answer to your question. We have loads of hands. We have Patrick.
Thank you, and nice to see everybody, and thank you, Florian, for this fantastic presentation. It's a quick question. Do we have any data or studies or any studies in progress who would try to assess what's the percentage of AI-generated music in library or also in audiovisual works? Do we have any strategic forecasts where we could see if the tendency continues that way, then in 10 years, well, half of the music in whatever supermarkets, 20% in audiovisual works could be AI-generated works? Are there any studies on that?
Good idea. There are no studies I'm aware of, but yeah, you could. That's why I wanted to play the thing. The library music, the soundtrack from you, which is human, and then AIVA. And my composer clients say they know the difference. I have no good hearing, so I'm not good, but they can hear the difference. So maybe there's a way it all can coexist. So you can have cheap AI music for social media for 10-year-olds. What's it called? TikTok, and proper music for proper films. It may be naive.
And it connects to the point I made before, that if you write with AI, you should make it known. Otherwise, you can never know. I think Helene has a question.
Yeah, I think, because I just wanted to follow up, because it was God bless you. I wish more creators were like you. But it brings up a broader point. What can the music industry do to facilitate licensing? Because there's been a lot of discussion, should there be a blanket license? Obviously, if you've ingested, should they just pay at the moment of ingestion? Should it be paid at the moment of output? Would that be a blanket license? Is there, I think this is something that a lot of that side of the industry, if we can kind of make something that is usable, it would be easier to not be completely kind of screwed over, for lack of a better expression, when it comes to remuneration.
What do you think, Helene? Or Chris, you have strong views on compulsory licensing. What would you suggest? Sorry, yeah. Chris, do you have an idea?
Chris, you wanted to...
I wonder if all the music in the world has already been crunched and we've already missed the boat. Is that not... What do we do about backwards?
I think that this is true, and if you think that there's GPT-4 software, probably too late.
I can kind of comment in the sense of I talked to a very big publisher about this, and because there are discussions within ECSA about this, about blanket licensing, as in kind of compulsory licensing, and that money going to CMOs to be distributed maybe according to analog, as we've done with public performance or anything like that. When I spoke to a big publisher about it, they were surprise, not that supportive of having collective management on this. So I mean, they thought that it was basically giving in to these companies and not kind of being able to sit down and negotiate proper rates. So I think it's, you know, it's something that is, I think it's a discussion that needs to be had very, very soon, because as Chris says, I mean, if you look at a simple example like SoundCloud, look at all the music that they already have. Do we think that SoundCloud has not kind of fed that into machine learning?
Can I just make one point which is important on the licensing view? It's that the Getty Images case, according to the claim filed in the Court of Delaware for all courts, says that Getty Images, there is no fair use, doesn't apply because Getty offers a license for their data set. So I think there's a strong correlation, our sector offering something, otherwise we will be caught by an exception. And Getty is doing this, but obviously Getty owns all the rights, so it's very simple on a global level. I think it will be much more difficult for our world.
You have the same idea with, you know, an analogy to private copying levies, stuff like that, being it used that way. But you once told me, Florian, that if that should happen, then you were talking about like micro payments. I mean, if we're talking about micro payments from streaming now, we're talking about maybe less than 1% or 0.001% of those payments. So would it be actually helpful to us creators?
Well, if the counterfactual is 0, then maybe it is. But the thing is,
good point.
You're right on, and you give away your whole repertoire, and you give it away for one payment. It might be in 10 years this new song is worth zillions. So you need to find a way to take account into a royalty system.
Yep.
Yay.
Ariane? Yeah,
questions?
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
So just to go back to a couple of things. My name's Zara Mani. I'm, amongst other things, Vice President of ECSA, and thank you all for everything up to now. Everyone who knows me knows that I like to kind of go back to basics, as you thankfully did also in your presentation. And you talked about generation and mimicry. And I think that's a very key point, because the only real argumentation that I see that we have as creators is that we're human, that we're intentional, that we're analytical, that we're creative. And it doesn't mean that we're going to convince Disney that we're worth it. That's the scary thing about it. And to go back to what Helium was saying, and also Ariane, about these minimal payments, I think the micro payments that we have for hard drives and every kind of USB data stick are also a principle that works. So we only get like 0.2 cents each in all of Europe for this, but it's a principle that our things could be copied, could be transported, and that we do have ownership rights. I don't think we can stop anything here, but I do think that we need to really differentiate the terms between. It's very different if I, as a musician and composer, use artificial intelligence creatively, or if artificial intelligence uses my work to create or generate.
Exactly, the two levels. One, the exception, and it's completely unacceptable that the tech companies steals your work to create a competing product, and you don't get anything. That's, if you think about it, that's absurd.
I I think we have some more questions. One in the back, and then to you, Ola. Sorry.
Yes, I'm Sigi Friedrich from Austria. I have several remarks. One is, in the whole discussion about artificial intelligence, we forget how much of what we always use in culture is outsourced intelligence. We don't have to reinvent the piano at a tempo scale, etc. And this brings me to the second point. I think if we look at classical music, I think it's pretty flawed to listen to 10-second snippets, because what sets Beethoven apart from a bad composer of that time is that what he does with an idea. And the interesting thing is that the whole traditional music builds on models that it uses, and at some point it's inconsequent, and the rest of the piece is built upon justifying why he was inconsequent. So when you have a data set, these inconsequences will rather nivellate, they will level out, you know, and that's why is he inconsequent and what are the consequences? So therefore I think algorithmic composition, which I follow since the 90s, what at a similar point, you could have ambient tracks in the 90s which were at a quite high level with same algorithms, but I think the frightening things are yet to come in the area of music, and we are not yet there, I think.
But we will be there, you think?
I don't know.
That's very safe.
I'm rather afraid that we forget the roots of our culture in a degree where things lose the meaning. Just a very short example. For example, I've analyzed chorals from Bach, and you have certain chords that only appear if it's about death. Now, if you analyze, okay, 10% of the cases he uses that chord, but don't have the information that it's a symbol for death, the Neapolitan chord, then you will have a statistic value that uses this chord, but it has lost its meaning, and that's rather what I'm afraid of, that things lose their meaning.
Just to agree with you, I made the effort and listened to the whole Beethoven stuff, so you should be pleased that I spare you that. But it's because it's an academic, it's interesting, it's technologically interesting, but Beethoven it ain't. And so I think we are pretty safe on this.
Ole?
Hi, my name is Ole, and I'm in the ECSA board, the APCO committee. It's not as much as a question as a remark to the licensing debate. I think licensing on the input makes no sense because we don't know when the input is done. And like Helene said, raise your hand, the one that believes that SoundCloud or Spotify or the owners of the old Napster files doesn't have analyzed all this. But what it makes sense is when the value is made is at the output. And that's also something that you can identify, because if something is getting huge, you can see here is a stream of revenue. And then you can do some sort of licensing. And I think also if we are now 25 years later on getting into the debate with the publishers saying we want to do it, or that we should have learned from the last time. So I think we have to be very clear to the politicians, and I also think that we have a better, we're in a better position this time because AI is affecting everyone in all sorts of, your lawyers, all. So I think it's easier for the politicians as well to take in that this is super scary and it's super exciting at the same time, and then and the argument for doing some sort of licensing is new works to be done in the future, because AI is looking backwards. It's the computer will never get, no matter how good it gets, it's only calculating its work on the past, and we can argue that if we're getting some sort of licensing money on this, we can do new works, and I also think that even if it's micro, this is getting huge. So it can be a good amount of money we're talking about.
So
yeah.
you're basically saying, thanks, you're basically saying forget about the input question, we've missed the boat on that one. It's irrelevant, focus on the output. My concern is the market is being flooded by just a couple of very snappy guys that are very handy with their prompts. They write thousands and thousands of songs per hour. They flood the market. All functional music is being written by them. Most of pop songs, most of Spotify playlists are written by them. But yay, we have licenses for them. That is still a concern for cultural diversity for creators that are now in this room. So there are some concerns. I completely understand what you're aiming at, because I agree that the input question is difficult. But we need also to think about, as creators, how it can actually help us and not help a savvy businessman create a new business over our creative backs, so to speak. So that was my remark. I think, do we have time for one last question? We don't, right?
We're kind of running a little bit, and
I
know I'm conscious that it's a little bit because of our streaming.
I see a need for caffeine.
I think that this is clearly an issue that is most likely going to be at our next creators conference as well, and it's not something that is easily solved. Incidentally, I actually asked ChatGPT to write me an intro speech to this conference, which was quite interesting. What was even more interesting was I did just say, write a speech about music streaming and how it affects music rights holders and songwriters, and include a section on buyouts and coercive contracts, and on artificial intelligence and how that it affects music creators. And interestingly, it knew exactly what buyouts were and coercive contracts and how it affects composers. And AI, I also asked it to include jokes. It wasn't very funny, so we're not going to threaten any comedians anytime soon. But it said at the end, well, on a happy note, AI is never going to replace the human input, said ChatGPT to me. But speaking of buyouts, we're going to have a coffee break for about maybe a little bit less than half an hour now. And after that, we're going to have a keynote from MEP Alexis Gourgoulis. And we're also going to have a panel on buyouts with some really interesting experts and a really big composer as well. So see you back here in about 25 minutes. Thank you so much.
Bravo.
Stragglers that are coming in a little bit late. Hope you enjoyed the little networking coffee break. We have some interesting, an interesting panel and some interesting interventions in the afternoon, or now later on in the afternoon. And I'd like to welcome MEP Alexis Gorgolis to come on stage and speak to us about your view for the future of music creators.
Okay, that was too fast. Thank you, everyone. I wasn't prepared to be like the first speaker, so give me a second. So, hello everyone. It is a pleasure to be here with a community of music sectors and to participate to the Creators Friends Conference organized by ECSA. In my view, the open discussion that we are having today is vital in order to highlight the opportunities and the challenges that composers and songwriters face, aiming at the long-term sustainability and music sector. Give me a second to have a breath. It was like, okay. Together with my colleagues in the CCFG, we always defend and promote the rights of composers and songwriters and all cultural creators in collaboration with our civil society. Back at the beginning of the pandemic, we had created an initiative asking the platforms to remunerate creators and performers a fair part of their sharp rising revenue from the massive turn of citizens to online cultural works. We had also worked together on the copyright directive and especially on Article 18, which has to be effectively implemented, at least, and to finally ensure appropriate and proportionate remuneration for authors and performers in all member states, and also in the digital world. I am sure that we will also unite forces to have the best possible outcome on the upcoming report on music streaming and its impact on music creators and cultural diversity. Music streaming platforms have completely changed the ways of music consumption, allowing people to have access to a vast repertoire of music. But, on the other hand, apart from a consumer's perspective, we need to also focus on creators and performers' perspective. Because without a holistic approach on the overall streaming ecosystem, we will never manage to achieve a fair and sustainable European music streaming market. In order to do so, we need to find widely acceptable answers to many important questions, such as what streaming is, how are streaming revenues allocated, how algorithms and playlists work, what is the overall impact of music streaming platforms on cultural diversity? Is the current system and pricing model fair and sustainable for the music value chain, including music creators? Probably there are many more to be answered, and that's why we need to take on board your voice. At the same time, we need to pay special attention to the opportunities and challenges arising from our society's overall evolution, such as AI. It is a new field with unknown consequences, and we need to collaborate in the European Parliament to protect copyright, to ensure transparency, as well as clear and fair consent of authors and performers in this new AI era, against any misappropriation of their work. Another issue that needs our attention is the challenge of the buyout contracts. Although fair contracts and the principle of appropriate and proportionate remuneration are at the heart of the EU copyright directive, the principle is often cancelled through buyout contracts, which deprive authors of their due royalties in exchange for a single lump sum. Those contracts are not taking into account the actual exploitation of the work and therefore cannot be appropriate nor proportionate. Together with several other colleagues from the European Parliament, we have asked the Commission, the European Commission, to assess this issue and take appropriate measures to prevent buyout contracts. I really hope that the European Commission will do so very soon. I'm also looking forward to hear what composers have to say on their experience on the next panel. We also raised the need for the EU strategic approach for the music sector and of course to further promote a dialogue between the music sector and the European Commission in the frame of the Music Moves Europe program. I'm also looking forward to the exchange today on this strategy and the plans of the European Commission to support the European music sector. Together with my fellow MEPs and the CCFG, we will do our best to promote and protect the rights of the music creators and performers, as well as all artists and cultural workers. In this respect, we are looking forward to the upcoming file on the EU framework on the working conditions of artists. It is crucial to ensure that all artists and cultural workers continue to create in a fair and sustainable ecosystem. That also means that the academic and professional qualifications of artists have to be automatically and mutually recognized throughout the European Union. I strongly believe that we are on the same page. We all want to promote our European diversity. This is essential for our democracy, and this is the oxygen of our European society. Thank you very much. It's very hot, I'm so sorry about it.
Thank you so much, Alexis, and it's so good to hear about your priorities and that, of course, the consumers are important, but to create a really healthy sector that where consumers get the most diverse and interesting and good creative content, for lack of a better word, or music even, that it's important that we have a healthy sector for music creators. And so it's really good to hear all the different issues that you're working on. Now, on to our next panel, which is, as you mentioned, is going to be on buyouts and coercive contracts. We at ECSA have worked a lot. We have a long-term commitment to try to oppose coercive licensing, coercive contracts, and buyouts that are not beneficial to music creators. And in general, I would say, I know that in the US they're used to buyouts, but what is happening now because of the platforms, the US platforms, is that they're trying to implement the same rules in Europe without actually compensating composers in an appropriate manner. Actually, ECSA did publish a report in 2021 that we worked on together with Janine Lorente, who's going to be moderating the next panel, to raise awareness about these contracts. I think it's really important that both younger creators and also legislators understand why we have such an issue with this. And I'm really looking forward to hearing more on this topic with our next panel. So please come on up, Janine, and our other panelists.
Would you like a seat? Welcome to my home. Sorry? I just need a mic. I'm going to be standing here. Hi everybody, I'm very happy to be again working with ECSA on this buyout contract. So I was thinking about, after listening about all the debates and the panel, that it was kind of logic turnout. First we had the complexity of paying royalties, even if they are less and less important in streaming, but the complexity of paying royalty. Then we had the AI and the fact that all the works in the world are put in systems without compensating any right holder. And here we are now with a solution that the audiovisual industry is trying to find, is that, well, what if we buy out all the rights when we sign a contract with an author, and then no more job for you, Chris, no more royalties. And so I think it was really good to have this different panel. So I'm going to introduce you to our panelists very briefly, because I know we are late. No, it's fine? Okay. So I'm going to start first with the creators. We have two prominent composers who work a lot in the movie and TV show business in creating. So first, Michael Price here, that you all know, and of course you have all the bios on the booklet that was distributed. So Michael, you composed the score, the music for Sherlock, and you won an Emmy Award for this. Also Dracula and Unforgotten, as well as films, many films, so I'm not going to quote, unless you want to quote one in particular that you liked. No, it just makes me feel tired.
Oh, okay.
So,
okay. And you are also a solo artist, but that's not the topic of our discussion. Etienne Forget, so French composer, also working on TV shows, and particularly The Forest for Netflix, and a successful TV show called Mission. You also composed the music for an upcoming film on Netflix, AKA. And you also, which I think is interesting, you work for commercials for luxury brands Cartier and Guerlain, which is also in the media business. So we are very, very happy and honored to have you both here as creators. Then Emmanuel Duchalard. So Emmanuel is Deputy Head of Copyright Unit at DG Connect. And finally, David El Sayeg is Deputy CEO of SACEM. And you were CEO of SNEP, which is the producers, the French record industry, long time ago. Yeah, I'm sure you don't regret the... Okay, so you mentioned the study that was made by ECSA, and I want to, before we start speaking and hearing our panelists, I want to remind you that 2 years ago we came up with a figure, if I'm not wrong, that more than 50% of members of ECSA who were inquiring with their composers, members who worked in the media industry, more than 50% have been proposed buyout or some form of buyout. We will see from our discussion that there are several, it's not a pure buyout, sometimes there are subtleties to buyout. So it's an issue that is ongoing. 2 years ago we started and it's still on. And really, we are glad that what we heard this afternoon about the intention of the Commission, and I'm sure Emmanuel will tell us more.
So, Michael, I would like to start with you, with your long experience and different experience with public broadcasters, with platforms both in the UK and in the US. Can you tell us what is your experience in the late 2-3 years with this kind of change, disruption in contractual practices?
Thanks, Janine. Maybe it would make sense to start a little further back, because I think disruption is something that has been absolutely a part of writing music for film and TV for as long as I've been in this community. So I started as an assistant to the late Michael Kamen, who wrote the music for Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves and Lethal Weapon and Die Hard. And back in the day, how Michael made his money, as well as being a flamboyant rock star and a very charismatic man, was that he wrote the music for AAA films, for big Hollywood films. And I can remember being in the office when we started on the first X-Men film and finding out how much he did get paid, because a fax from his agent curled through on the fax machine and it showed the fee that he would be getting. And that was a substantial amount of money. And that was the model at the time for AAA films, and is to a certain extent still the model. There was no publishing. The studio, if you worked for a major studio, kept all the publishing, but you were paid a substantial fee for your work, and then all the production costs were covered. At the end of my 5 years that I worked with Michael, we did one of the first TV projects that felt like a box set TV project, if you know what I mean. It was one called Band of Brothers, which was a Spielberg project, and pretty much every Christmas present for anybody who liked TV or liked these sort of shows that year was a DVD box set of Band of Brothers. Now, I know what the budget was and what Michael's fee for that project was, and it was low. It was proportionate to other TV shows, but at the time, there was a conversation about the mechanical royalties on those DVDs. And so Michael had kept his mechanical rights on those. And back in the day, selling a large number of DVDs was itself a sustainable business model. That sort of fast forwards to when I started to become a headline composer, if you like, on Sherlock. So Sherlock started, it feels like yesterday, but it was probably about 13 or 14 years ago we started on that project, when in fact DVDs were still a thing. So myself and David Arnold, that wrote the music for all the series of Sherlock, were operating on a very similar model to Michael Kamen was on Band of Brothers, in that we got paid not quite nothing to write the music. We got paid a package deal, which was we kept what was left over after we'd spent it on the musicians. But we'd got a pretty solid understanding, because of the fact that we kept a large proportion of the publishing rights and the mechanical rights, that if this was a DVD success, we would be fairly remunerated, I believe is one of the expressions, and that was the case. Now, fast forward to where we are now, and so 2 years ago, at around Christmas time, we did a project called Dracula, which was for exactly the same production company that had made Sherlock, an independent production company. It was the same format. It was 3 90-minute episodes. In the UK, it was exactly the same. It showed on BBC One. It was their primetime Christmas show. But the rights had been sold to Netflix for the rest of the world. We actually kept exactly the same deal. We kept a certain percentage, a confidential percentage, but a decent percentage of the mechanicals. But the difference that we as composers made to sustain our team, to sustain the model of having an infrastructure, a small business, the difference between Sherlock and Dracula was not just 1 decimal place to the left, was actually 2 decimal places to the left. And so consequently, the entire model that film and TV really has been running on in that mechanical age was demonstrably broken. And so really there's that sense of disruption has been a constant. We always will, I think, move through these different levels, whether it is about what the distribution format is, whether it was VHS cassettes for those of a certain age, then DVDs, then streaming, now sort of streaming only with a smaller broadcast element, and then obviously we've talked a lot about AI. So in a sense, the disruption is something that has both been a constant, but also is by its very nature can challenge the fundamentals of an industry as a composer. Possibly the last little comment that I would make on that is that power between the composer and the commissioner, between the composer and the studio, between the composer and the broadcaster. I'm also at the moment doing a 10-part series for BBC Studios. God bless them, our national broadcaster, for all their challenges right now. Because I am old, technically a veteran, I believe, now in the composer community, then I have a very good publisher. The conversation about what this deal would look like for this 10-part BBC show ended up in a certain shape. In fact, they wanted to buy out all my publisher's share and buy out all my mechanicals. Well, they didn't want to buy them out, they just wanted to have them, which is similar to a buyout, but doesn't involve you having any money. But because I had a certain amount of negotiating, a certain negotiating position, we managed to get them back to actually almost exactly this deal from Sherlock that was sort of 12 or 15 years old historical precedent. But I knew this wasn't the case for everybody who was working for BBC Studios. And there was one particular composer, a female composer, whose work I very much admired, who was working on some of their daytime shows, but for the same department at the BBC. And because, and this is really my third thought about the disruption and then the power and then community, is none of us know what anybody else is getting paid. Nobody knows what the deal clauses are. Nobody knows whether or not you're sitting next to somebody who is on 100% of mechanicals or no mechanicals, or you don't know what their per episode rate is. You don't know anything really, unless as a community we can try and open up about that within the confines of our NDAs. And so I took her out for a coffee and said, I admire your work very much. I hope you don't mind me asking, and I'll freely tell you, but what's your deal? And so we had an exchange of, a frank exchange, as frank as English people ever are about money, which is never very frank, very shy about it. And it won't surprise you to hear at all that she was on this first deal that I had been offered, which was no mechanicals, no publishing, and no payment in recompense. But she didn't know that there was an option. She didn't know because she wasn't yet with a publisher. She didn't have that sort of peer-to-peer benchmarking to go, I can't tell you exactly how I know this, but I know this show playing on there is not on that deal. And of course, she may not necessarily end up with exactly the same deal, but at least she can benchmark it and she can know. Because that brings me probably to the very last thing, is that I don't think we will achieve a diverse, vibrant, creative community unless we can actually find ways to share between ourselves, however that works, in terms of whether it's in private or whether that's through some of the representative bodies, just because without that information you have no power in that particular scenario. So that's how it is in the UK.
So, Michael, when you told me this story about BBC, I was, for French people, BBC is like, oh my God, it's wonderful. And you said, so you felt that something started to begin when the BBC worked with the SVOD platform. It was more intense, or?
Absolutely. The situation, I think, which is in common with state-funded broadcasters around the world, is that model of sort of like a pure commission that doesn't have another commercial partner is very, very rare now. So to fund something which is expensive, like a Dracula was an expensive show, a lot of the sort of high-end TV that you'll see now has got a commercial partner and then another producing partner. And almost always, I wonder whether they choose the composer deal from the better one of the two or the worst one of the two. Of course, it always falls to the floor. So whichever of the partners, whether it is Amazon Prime, Netflix, whoever it is who is putting the money up, there's a gravitational pull towards what they want as terms and conditions.
And I will just point out what you said about sustainability, the fact that you are enabled more and more to hire, and Etienne will talk about this, train people around you, and that something has to be done at the level of the contract, because it's well organized at the level of exploitation, but at the level of the contract, as you know, sharing information so that it's not the survival of the fittest, which so I think this is very important, and we'll come back later to all this issue. Etienne, same for you. Can you talk about what is your experience and maybe what you have noticed recently, the disruption, and perhaps talk about the different buyouts that exist, because as we said, it's not pure buyout where all your rights are bought out for a lump sum, but sometimes the mechanical rights. So if you can talk about these, the publishing rights.
Thank you, Janine. In France, we are supposed to be the healthiest country in Europe regarding offer rights and fair practice. But coming from France, I can assure you there's a lot to be said. One of the most remarkable facts, I think, is the coercive nature of our relation with the commissioners. And this coercive nature has been more and more aggressive from recent years. And actually, what we are seeking when we are entering this career is to have some good collaborators to help us with everything that is not making music, because our work is creating music, and that should be it. But in France, as I'm sure everywhere else in Europe, we have a lot of pseudo publishers pseudo publishers. I'm sure you will say a word about it later. That are involved in the process of creating music only to refund themselves for putting money on a TV shows or on the movies. They take almost 40% of the publishing and the master rights. So it's 40% of the future share of the artist, without any counterparts most of the time. You'd be lucky if you can negotiate this counterparts. My experience lately is that heading ahead with my career, I've been able to negotiate a bit, but we all start from nothing in this career. We don't know anything about contracts. We don't know anything about the people we will work with. And there's only a few places where we can learn how to deal with this career. So the young composers that are coming today are even poorer than when I start myself, and it will not get better if we don't address the problem of the value of our work. we are talking about buyout today, and I've heard a lot of concern about buyout being some kind of evil things, but in some consideration, I will say that, as Michael stated earlier, buyout can be a fair thing if the money is really there upfront. The only thing that we cannot accept in buyout, I think, is the fact that we are letting away moral rights, and this is really the thing that we should always keep ourselves for ourselves. But the money issues is becoming more and more of a concern because of the money, the upfront money we get to work, actually. The money we get from publishing rights from these new services that are paying less, far less than historical channels and public channels. And the fact that more and more we are kind of in the need to have big studios with big configuration, with technical configurations to meet the network needs, and that we don't have enough money to hire people to work with us. And in this sense, managing our career with upfront fees would be much clearer than what it is right now with publishing rights. But in the long term, what we put aside is too valuable. What I try to say is that buyout is certainly appealing for a lot of us at some moments in our career, but we are excuse me. We need to keep in mind that moral rights is not something that we can rebuy at any moment. That's my point.
Okay. So we talked about this, and you said it, and some people might be shocked that you're saying that the fees, the upfront fee, might be attractive. So first, you have young composer coming, as you said, from video game industry where they didn't get any royalties. And because we tend to think short term, if you give me a figure and I think about my year, maybe it's okay. So I thought that what the American organization Your Future, Your Music did when they published figures of how much a composer, a film composer or a composer for a TV show earned internationally, that helps, because then if we have this kind of figures, I think young composers and not young composers may project what they can get. If not, if they don't know, as you say, because nobody knows, and so again, it's to communicate about this, and that it makes sense, because between two projects, you can earn money, but they have to know how much this can be. And if you haven't seen this publication by Your Future, Your Music, go. It's very well done about perspective, giving you perspective, a low budget, high budget, so visibility. I don't know if you agree, but the fact that we don't have these figures, it's also an issue for your colleagues to fight and say, no, I don't want a buyout. Can you tell us about what you're doing in France within UNAC, and are you doing special actions to inform new composers about this?
Yes, of course. We have actually we have a workshop of 2 days open to our members to talk about contract, but not only contract, but also I don't know the word, the retraite.
pension.
The pension, thank you. Because this is always something that we overlooked when we start writing music. We don't think at all at this kind of issues. And it's 2 days with a lot of different speakers, including some aviators that has a lot to say to us about the way we manage a stressful situation, because we have a lot of stressful situation in this matter. In UNAC, we are also in constant contact with SACEM and with CNM, and more recently with the National Center of Cinematography, which I think should be one of the major regulators of the French system, because it is at the crossroad between cinematographic industry and music for film. It should be really a great actor, but it has been some time to put them around the table, yeah, we are doing basically what ECSA do, but locally.
And what about in the UK? Are you also Ivors or?
Yeah, there's some terrific work being done by the composer bodies, but one of the things that was striking to me during lockdown was right at the start of the lockdown, I started running a little video project called Composer Coffee Break, where I was interviewing some of my colleagues over Zoom when being on Zoom was a novelty, not a novelty anymore. And as well as these interviews, we run a peer-to-peer mentoring scheme, and 600 people signed up for that, 600 young composers. And so with one of our excellent composer agencies in the UK, then we managed to pair them all off so that it was composers of different levels. But to try, we found that there was a huge untapped need. I think particularly the pandemic brought that to the fore. But this need for community, this need, whether it is organised by organisations or from the ground up like that.
So now we're gonna, David, I don't know what I say with the English accent, David, maybe you can remind us on a legal perspective, what are buyouts and the different forms of buyouts, and what can be the financial consequences in terms of absence of royalties? Not give you a figure, give us a figure, but the principles. As a first step, then we'll go back to the French
For me,
law.
if we have to sum up the situation, buyout is about ownership and remuneration. Ownership, there's different system of buyout. The worst one is, of course, the one which has been created in the US, the work meant for hire, a legal fiction by which a corporate is considered as an author instead of a natural person which actually create a work. This is terrible. But you have different way to organize buyout things. You have presumption of cession. And of course, it's about remuneration, the lump sum against a proportional and proportionate remuneration to associate the composer with the success of its works. So it goes against, in my opinion, the core principles enshrined in our French law and in the good practices developed by CMOs, music CMOs especially. Composers should own their copyright. Natural person is only considered as an author. You know, you have a decision from our Supreme Court in France, because it was a question. And the answer was very clear. Only a natural person should be considered as an author. The second core principle, which has been adopted in 1957, the proportional remuneration. Composers should receive a proportional remuneration in return of the exploitation of the work. So you might have upfront payment, commission fee, which is not only about composer activities, because now in the audiovisual sector, you see that they do much more. They have executive producer of a manufacturing of a sound recording, which is another task, difficult one. And you have to, now you have to find very good expertise in all different fields. but the fact that you should associate with the success of a work is a core principle. Without such a principle, there won't be any CMO. There won't be any organization in charge of the collection and the distribution of the revenues and the royalties. And I think it goes against, of course, another major principle is that composer, when they entrust their right to a CMO, a performing CMO or a both mechanical and performing CMO, which is the case in continental Europe, such as France, Belgium, or Germany, it goes against, Buyout goes against such a principle because those rights are transferred to the CMOs. And we have a very important ruling in 2014 in France, which says that if those rights have been entrusted to SACEM, SACEM is the only entity which is in position to collect and to distribute such a remuneration, regardless the contract which have been signed by the composer and of course, an audiovisual producer in that case. So we have to remind people that they have rights. It is true that they are in a very difficult position. The relationship, the contractual relationship is totally asymmetrical. It's like consumers with entities or employees with employer or tenants. So we have to find rules which protect composer against themselves because they could be convinced by ignorance or by pressure because sometimes people understood perfectly the situation, but they don't have choice. When we spoke with composer, they face a situation which is very difficult. They have to live, they have to work. And sometimes they could agree on buyout agreements. So we have to fight against this. And I will go after what are the solutions, maybe. Okay. Because we have plenty of solutions.
I'm sure.
And,
we wouldn't be here.
And maybe
so
I will give the floor to the European Commission because they should work on this issue.
But first, I'll ask you more questions. So two questions. So before talking about, did you mention the new French law? No, you're going to say it that forbids buyouts. But before that, I'm French, and the French law was really had a framework to prohibit buyouts. How come composers ended up signing? Probably in France, Etienne, you told me they were and also writers and directors of TV shows and movies. How come they can sign a contract? Can you explain why?
Okay. France have already adopted from many years ago a principle that authors, and especially in the audiovisual field, should receive a proportional remuneration. But it only works for French contracts. And as you understood clearly, now the distribution of music, especially within audiovisual content, is totally globalized. So if you enter into negotiation with Disney, Netflix, or Amazon, those companies are American. So they follow the American rules. So we have to, you can create a very sophisticated principle of core rules if you can circumvent such rule by a foreign law which enable buyout, it won't work. It won't be effective. So we need to find, with a globalized situation, international mandatory rules which supersede, which are above the contract, especially when the contract is governed by a foreign law which enables buyout. It's what we did within the transposition of the Copyright Directive of 2019. We introduce a new mechanism which makes buyout totally enforceable in France regarding music composer. So, if a composer has signed an American agreement governed by the American law which enable buyout, he will always have a possibility to ask for proportional remuneration, regardless the contract he previously signed, and he could go also to bring the dispute, the litigation, into the French court, because these are the two crucial elements. If you have a law which enables you to receive a proportional remuneration, but if the judge will consider the law is an American judge, he will be very reluctant to apply a foreign law which goes against those principles which are already established in the US. So the possibility to bring the case in front of a French court and to ask for proportional remuneration, which is a main principle granted by French law, was crucial. And it's what we did. with regard to only music composer for French exploitation. I think we had a limitation because we could not impose our views to foreign situation. It was disproportionate manner to introduce a mechanism. So it's only applicable to French exploitation, but it's beneficial for all music composers, regardless of the nationality or the way where they live. So if you're an American composer or a British composer, you could invoke those rules for the French exploitation of your musical work incorporated into audiovisual content, which are crucial. So for us, the next step is to improve such a situation at the European level.
At the wouldn't you say at global, these companies think global. I remember when the Danish Writers Guild, the screenwriters organization, signed. Plus proche. So I remember, just think globally in front of this. I mean, I've seen the contract when I work with ECSA on the publication of the booklet, and I received a contract that we couldn't publish because of the NDAs. They are so inventive because these SVOD platforms, they have their legal system in the US, and they have a global vision of what is happening in the world in terms of copyright. And when the Danish Writers Guild signed a contract, a deal with Netflix for the writers of TV shows and films, who said congratulations? The lady in Los Angeles. In Los Angeles, she said, that's great, this kind of deal we like. And so we have to think global, don't you think? So that instead, of course, European, but it goes way above the... We have to share information globally.
Sure. Information, code of good conduct should be global, but I think it is important to go step by step. We did it in France, not only in France. There are several countries in which you have protective measures which protect the interest and the remuneration of authors. I think we should go now at the European level, because unfortunately all the provisions which are incorporated into the copyright directive are not all of them mandatory. Only certain of them are mandatory, but for instance, the concept of proportionate and appropriate remuneration is not a mandatory rule. So I think we should work on this. And we should, as you mentioned, and I totally agree with you, Janine, think globally. Most of the company will not use French law or Spanish law or German law, which are very protective for a composer. They will use American law or extra European law, which enable those practices. So, you know, we did it for consumer or for employees with Article 9 of Rome regulation, which protects, you know, if you have signed an agreement as a consumer with Amazon to buy a product, consumer protection will prevent from being totally put out of a business by Amazon. So we need to do the same thing for composer. These persons are in a weak position when they're negotiating with a big platform. And especially now, it's increased. Their situation of weakness is increasing. So we need to find mandatory rule, international mandatory rule, which will be above the contract. And after, it's a question of risk, whether or not the platform will take the risk to have litigation. And union, CMOs, could back a composer in order to put those right principles into force.
Okay, thank you. So, Emmanuel, so you have heard, well, thank you for being here. I know you're very involved in your unit and you have kept good attention to all the problems that creators encounter when they face these humongous platforms. So can you tell us, maybe first we have talked about the directive, what's the situation of the implementation of the directive, which as a matter of fact was a good step forward in terms of trying to put some steps in the contract situation, contractual practices. So can you tell us how is the implementation going on right now?
Yes, of course. Thanks a lot. Indeed, I think the directive is part of the solution. It can contribute to address part of the problem that have been mentioned today, and we are quite well advanced now in terms of implementation. As you know, the deadline for transposition of the directive was June 2021, so we are quite after that. But we have now most member states which transposed fully the directive. We are still missing 5 member states. And the Commission decided recently to refer to the Court of Justice those member states that have not transposed the directive. And in the meantime, we are also assessing the conformity of the national transposition measures. This is an important step of the analysis for us to see whether the law enacted at national level are compliant with the provision of the directive. And in doing so, we need, of course, to take into account also the flexibility which is left to member states, since it is a directive, and indeed in the provision concerning remuneration, there are also some margin of flexibility given to member states. But just as a reminder of what this directive provides in terms of remuneration of creators, we have an entire chapter which is dedicated to the remuneration of authors and performers, with a principle of appropriate and proportionate remuneration, some transparency obligation, contract adjustment mechanism, and a possibility of revocation of right. So this is quite unique in terms of involvement in contract law. This is really the first time that with this directive, the European legislator went so much into details in regulating copyright contract. And then we also need to consider that all these provisions are complementary to each other. We should not focus only on this principle, which may be sometimes seen as something a bit too theoretical, but see how it interferes also and how it can be complemented by transparency obligations, which are very important to have information on the exploitation of the works, the revenues which are generated by those exploitation, and then how these revenues can be shared among the different creators. So what we have seen for now is kind of a literal transposition in most of the member states, but also with some variation in terms of mechanisms that can complement, for example, this principle of appropriate and proportionate remuneration. We have some member states who opted to rely more on collective bargaining, and this is a strong tradition in certain countries. Other member states which may have opted for remuneration right or other solution. We will carefully assess all these legal mechanisms that are used and look at them in the context of this conformity assessment. And if I take an example, someone mentioned the use of lump sum payment, and whether this constitutes appropriate remuneration or not. This is a recurrent question that is coming back regularly, and also which was addressed by the directive. There is, a recital indicating that this upfront lump sum payment could be used and could be considered as appropriate remuneration in certain cases, but they should not be the rule. And member states have also the possibility to define in which specific condition such lump sum payment can be provided and can be considered as appropriate remuneration. We have seen already certain national legislation which go into kind of detail on this, and which lists the exact condition under which such lump sum payment could be considered. So this is something which goes in the direction of, yes, they may constitute appropriate remuneration, but we need to be very careful on condition and also the elements that need to be factored in to determine this remuneration.
That's so important, because as I always say, between what is in the law and between what ends up in the contract, there's a huge difference. So you've heard that even in the most protective countries, you can have these loopholes So I appreciate that you're going into verifying how the implementation is, and we look forward to know more about how the countries have done. And can you maybe tell us about what are your future plans and how you want to proceed with some of the initiatives that were taken by the Council and by the EU Parliament?
Yes, indeed, the issue of buyout was mentioned and was raised as a proper issue in several reports of the European Parliament. It was also discussed with member states in the Council, in particular under the French presidency last year. We feel the need beyond the implementation of the Copyright Directive and beyond the legal analysis linked to this implementation, to look also at the development of such contractual practices on the market, to get feedback from the stakeholders, from the market players on the evolution of such practices. And for this, the first step is that we will publish in the coming weeks the Media Outlook, which is a general report on the media trends, the technological trends, consumption patterns in the media sector. And this, there will be also a specific focus on the content acquisition strategies of the video on demand platforms, and in particular the relationship between those streaming platforms and audiovisual producers. So the first focus is on audiovisual producers because this was a request from the Council in 2021 to look at the contractual practices imposed, in particular on independent producers. So there will be an analysis of the use of buyout when they are imposed on producers by streaming platforms or broadcasters. So this would be a first element that will be presented rather soon. And then we are also willing, and we plan now to launch a study to look more in particular on the use of buyout contracts and other similar contractual conditions imposed on individual creators, including songwriters, composers, and how this is used in the different EU member states, and what are also the existing national solutions. We had the example of the French law, which was just mentioned now. We need to look at other examples and to see how this problem is addressed in the different EU member states, and building then on this evidence of market trends, contractual practices, national solution. This can all inform further steps that the Commission could take on this issue.
Well, I think I can thank you on behalf of all the creators for this initiative. It's very, very important, as you say. I think it must be one of the first time that contracts are the focus of the. So thank you, David. Would you like to add something in terms of the solutions at the EU level? Or?
I think we should move forward because we need to avoid the precedent of video games. What happened in the video game industry during the 90s? All the companies were located for the management of music rights in the US or in Asia. In countries when there is no proportional remuneration and there was no CMO, which was in position to manage the mechanical rights. So buyout was obviously the solution because no one make a kind of negotiation on behalf of authors and composers. And I think we really need to avoid, because when you see our figures of every CMOs in Europe, when it is about video game, the collection are very weak. Despite the fact that we managed successfully to have a good remuneration or pretty good, decent remuneration when it is about music streaming or audiovisual streaming. But for video games, nothing. So this is the point that we have to avoid, the situation that we have to avoid. We did it, thankfully, due to the directive, the copyright directive, which enabled us to introduce new mechanisms. And I think we should go further. We also have to name and shame the companies which practice buyout provision, which discriminate composers who belongs to continental Europe societies. We have precedents. And they have to justify themselves their position because it's meaningless position. It's, you know, they don't take into consideration all the works which have been made by the composer. And this is problematic. We are not negotiating, we are not killing their business. We want the business. We want them to take the works and to make exploitation. But in return, I think the composer should be fairly compensated. That's all we're asking for. It's not something so complicated, you know, it's just a balanced system for everyone.
I'm not sure about the shame part of it, but who knows?
You know, now things have changed. You know, people used to consume product, but now there is also, it's not just about consumption, it's what is behind the consumption and the product that you give. And it works also for companies such as Disney, Netflix, or...
Yeah, I mean, the shareholders' shame, I don't know. Michael and Etienne, would you like to say something in addition to what has been said, a reaction? Or
just to quickly say that I think we're always at our best when we're working together with legislators, and as most composers are not the best business people necessarily, the Venn diagram of good at business and good at composing, the bit in the middle is quite small sometimes, but I think our representative bodies and the CMOs, I was asked on the train what proportion of the income into my company comes from royalties, and at the moment it's about 80%, and so that's built up over a number of years. And actually, out of that 80%, 50%, so half of that 80%, is from the PRS. And the other half of it is from 50 different companies, all of which I have to collect from their portal. Anybody who's tried to get an invoice paid by like Universal Music, we just cringe away. So in terms of the collaboration between the creators and the legislators and the different industry groups, I think we perhaps all composers alike have to come out of our studios from time to time and positively engage.
Yes, this is exactly what I wanted to say. We are working to make music, not to be able to protect ourselves on unfair practice. So working with legislators and good publishers, if I may say, is really something crucial for anybody who wants to pursue a good quality of music in this composer life. Because if you are always struggling with the contractual parts, the unfair practice, it can be sometimes really not about why you were there in the first place. So yes, we need you.
So I will give the floor now to anybody who has a question. So I saw first hand here.
So finally, thanks. I'm Anselm Kreuzer, Composers Club Germany, board member and also board member of ECSA. And I wanted to get back to you, Emmanuel, and say thank you. I'm really glad that you pointed out that while acknowledging that upfront payments may be adequate in some certain cases, this just must not be the rule for compensating composers for many reasons. I want to highlight one reason that has maybe not mentioned yet, that is that the system of collecting societies like SACEM or GEMA in Germany is a system of solidarity. So that one composer who is not known at all, who may be young, may be old, but is not known, gets basically the same amount of money than Hans Zimmer or another well-known composers, regardless of the publishing contracts or so. But the money being paid for the usage of music is the same. You may have some composers who say, I'm satisfied with what I get as a lump sum. Put them all together, and even if they all say, we're satisfied, this will be different amounts per usage. It will not be the same. And if we lose this component in the system, it's a huge damage to the ecosystem of creativity and supporting young members of this community. This is what I wanted to highlight as an addition.
I just wanted to say thank you to SACEM. I mean, you've always been in the corner of the composers and the songwriters, and thank you for the French copyright laws, which have been a salvage for all of us. And I'm just wondering, you know, what is it about governments? And I mean, thank you, Emmanuel, but you know, it moves so slowly. I have been in the industry for way too many years for me to confess, but it's always been the same issue, and we haven't found a solution. And yet the obvious solution is that, you know, we're doing all these studies, but we know what the problem is. The problem is education, and the lack of education in our community, and the fact that we don't have publishers often composers nowadays go into the BBC without representation. And then they get exploited. And throughout history, everybody who is vulnerable, which composers are, should be protected by law. And that's what SACEM are proposing. And why aren't you being given a platform around the world? I mean, I don't get it. I don't understand why we don't give you the money to actually go and convince everyone around the world that this is the way it should be done.
You have a new job.
No, but just a few words. I think it's very important for legislator and the European Commission when they deal about copyright regulation. Of course, they have to intervene to build new directive, but in every text, they should take into consideration the interest of the creative people, meaning composers, songwriters, or performers. Otherwise, something is, you know, doesn't goes well. Copyright is not only about copyright rights holder, it's about the people who create the works, who perform the works. And they always have to take the consideration, and it was the first time in 2019. You're right, things go slowly, but it was the first directive who directly and specifically deals with your issues. And I think it was an important step, but we should go forward now and address the globalization of the dissemination of the work.
One last question. I was ordered by the boss.
Thanks very much. My name is Nick Yule from the Association of European Performers Organisations. It's a pleasure to be amongst composers, our friends, and long may that continue. I have a question for Emmanuel, which touches on something that David has just said. You mentioned that the Commission's monitoring the transposition of the directive, and you also mentioned that a lot of member states have opted for a literal transposition, copy-paste, in particular of Article 18. Do you consider that a literal copy-paste is sufficient to comply with the directive, or does a member state have to go a step further and introduce a mechanism as it's stated in Article 18?
This is a difficult one, I think. No, you know, it's too early to say that I cannot give any comments on national implementing laws at this stage. We are just starting this exercise that I mentioned before of conformity assessment, and it will require also, you know, internal discussion within the Commission on whether, you know, specific national laws are considered to be compliant or not, sufficient or not. And it is indeed a directive. So I also mentioned it before. It's kind of difficult, to expect more than the literal transposition in some cases. I'm not saying that we will never do so, but this is something that has to be assessed on a case-by-case basis, and for now, it's really too early to take a position on this.
And so one last question, Luis.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Luis, film composer from Musimagen, Spain, and ECSA board member. And I'm very optimistic hearing you about new measures in the road. But, and I have to say that we thanks a lot all the effort that the MEPs has made moving forward with the directive of copyright, and it's lovely. We have fight a lot from ECSA and Transparency Triangle, so, and we continue absolutely involved on that. And my concern is that it's not enough, still is not enough, no, because I received yesterday an HBO Nordic contract for coming from a composer, a Spanish composer, to analyze it. It's an absolute disaster. He loses everything, even the authorship. So, and moral rights, etc. Even the contract says that we will respect your moral rights where the country law respect your moral right. But your compromise is not applied. So it doesn't matter if you have moral rights. You will not apply them. So at the end, these young composers are not able to say, I will not sign, I will not move again your contract. And what we need, and there is no other option, is laws. There is all the solution is under the laws, and my concern is that we see that you have made a big effort, a great work, and companies, production companies from Europe that make films made by professionals from Europe with creators that made his work from Europe are using laws, foreign laws that are avoiding your work, are avoiding your amazing work, and this is an offense that we have to work together and avoiding in the future. I think is the unique solution, so I encourage you and all of you that have in your hand the possibility to change things and move forward on that, and we will be together with you for sure.
Thank you, Luis. I think that's a good conclusion, and we have heard from the Commission, the MEPs, and everybody here is on the same path of working on making sure that the big step we managed to reach with the directive is going to be further implemented, and above all, that these laws, the composer, when negotiating a contract, will know how to apply the law in the contract. That's, for me, the most important. Thank you very much to everybody.
And thank you all. Thank you all. And thank you all for your transparency. That's a word that it keeps going through the entire conference. And I think in this case, the transparency of sharing information, which is clearly a really, really important part of solving this. And thanks to David from SACEM, I think that sounds like a really good solution. If we could do that at least European-wide, that we'd have some recourse when they try to implement American laws. Okay, everybody, I know we're gonna after. Okay, we're gonna move on to the next. Our next event, which is the session on the EU strategy for the music sector, and we have a great guest, George Hausler, the director of the European Commission Directorate General for Education and Culture, and he's going to be in conversation with our vice president, ECSA vice president, Zara Mani, who's a composer and you're based in Austria and Croatia, actually. Welcome up. Look forward to your intervention.
So, thank you for the introduction, Helene, and thank you all for your stamina, still being here and still listening to us. I'm Zara Mani, and I'm very delighted to be welcoming Mr. Georg Heisler to our conversation this afternoon at the Creators Conference. Mr. Georg Heisler is the Director for Culture, Creativity and Sport at the European Union Commission's Directorate General for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture. And our main topic of conversation today on the strategy in the European Union for the music sector will, thank you very much, be focusing on the umbrella framework, Music Moves Europe, which I think we can best describe as the European Commission's framework for initiatives and actions for the entire music sector in Europe. We at ECSA are particularly grateful to the Commission and to the Creative Europe programme for their support to cultural initiatives and networks in general, and particularly, of course, to ECSA, which is essential not just for our organisation, but for all of our colleague music initiatives across the European Union. Music Moves Europe has been around for some time, and from 2018 to 2020, there was a preparatory action on music, where the Commission launched a number of studies to address various pertinent challenges to the music sector. Some of them were a two-phase development and then followed by a pilot project scheme for European music export strategies. Another was a feasibility study on the establishment of an independent European music observatory, which is something very close to our hearts. And there was also an analysis of market trends and gaps in the funding needs for the music sector. I think I can speak for all of the music creators among us today to say how pleased we are to see the Commission making this effort to understand the challenges that confront us. So I think our first question to you would be, what are the next steps? How does the Commission plan to follow up the studies that have been done to date? And could you give us an overview of how you see the future of Music Moves Europe, please?
Thank you very much for this introduction and also for presenting Creative Europe and Music Moves Europe in a very positive way. Now, I think what you were saying here is a lot of pet talk in the Commission of studies. And actually, I've heard this in this room this afternoon quite a bit, and I think it's a very justified message to say, why do we need more studies? We know where the problem lie. We know we have defined and analyzed the situation. Now it's actually necessary to do something. Now, I wouldn't talk now about what my colleague discussed before with the legislative kind of part where I think the situation of the music sector could be improved. I will talk a little bit about the limitations I see there, but not necessarily immediately. And then there is this other area where the musicians, the composers, the arts sector, cultural sector, music is confronted with a lot of problems everybody else is confronted with in the art and cultural sector. And I think we have been seeing in the last years a kind of how should I call it, emphasis of all these problems, obviously, when the cultural sector was so much hit by the COVID crisis. So all the problems were there before. Actually, all the problems are still there now. But during the 3 years of COVID, they were kind of in a burning center. Now, I think what is important is it's not only Music Moves Europe. The music sector is extremely successful in the Creative Europe program as a whole. There's, I think, more than 100 million which have been spent on a yearly basis for the music sector because your stakeholders, be it the artists in the musical sector, they're quite successful in applying for the programs. But again, this is looking at individual situation. Like Music Moves Europe, we are looking at very specific situations. We are financing very specific platforms, activities, cross-border activities, giving young artists the possibility to be performing in other member states. Prices, I think it's very important, prices to give a stage and a scene to young artists. But obviously, all those are very punctual things, and they're not necessarily changing the situation of the music sector as a whole. But I think what we need to look at is what has been discussed quite a lot this afternoon about the legislative kind of possibilities. What can you do to improve the situation of the musical sector? And there have been, I think, particularly the last panel I thought was rather positive, and the outcome was rather positive, saying this directive, the copyright directive, is introduced, is implemented, and we will be behind the member states to make sure it's done in the right way. But of course, this is not everything. I think what probably hasn't been discussed so much is the limits of our jurisdiction. Music, as probably no other art sector, is not only European-wide, it's worldwide. So whatever you do, even on the European Union level, is not even applying to a very important player in Europe, the UK, and certainly not applying to Asia and the United States. And I mean, this is a reality. And there's no, I mean, it's nice, as some colleagues this afternoon said, yeah, we need a worldwide rule for that. Yes, good, we need a worldwide rule, but I think we're all realistic enough that this is not enough, not feasible and not doable. And I think I stop here because I give you your second question, but I think there are a number of other natural limitations we need to look at and be realistic about it, what can really be done. But it's good, I think, that you address your questions to the legislator. You had the Member of Parliament here today who is very much keen on helping this sector and has been very instrumental also in introducing a number of changes.
Absolutely, and it's very encouraging to see the commitment at various levels of the European Union to art, culture, and music at all these levels. I agree about the infeasibility of international legislation as an immediate thing, but I think that we in Europe like to see the European Union as a role model, and that in the commitment that we're showing together, I mean, us as creators and you from the Commission, but also at all levels of the European Union, that we can provide best practice examples in our practice. But before we move on, just to go back briefly, because we were talking about Music Moves Europe, one of the special qualities about music, I think, in the European landscape is that it's very open to interdisciplinary collaboration. And we were thinking about beyond the Creative Europe program. There are also initiatives such as Horizon Europe, or two very different things actually, but I'll ask both and let you talk about both. The other thing is the mobility scheme, Culture Moves Europe. So that's a very specific topic. I think Culture Moves Europe is not a program in itself, but a support mechanism for cultural initiatives to support mobility in residencies. But I'd also be interested to hear what you think, how that could benefit the music sector, but also with relation to Horizon, which I mentioned earlier, how the interdisciplinary qualities of music can fit in with other European funding initiatives such as research.
Yeah, good that you mention Horizon, which for those ones who are not so familiar with the European Union talk, it's the research program of the European Union, which is a huge fund. It's 100 billion euros for 7 years, so it's enormous in terms of money. And it's extremely good that they have created, and I think let's see sometimes political reality, how it plays in. Our commissioner has been, for the first time ever, there is a commissioner in charge of culture, education, and research. Maria Gabriel. And it's her who could, trigger that there was what we call a cluster created in this Horizon Europe program, 400 million euros. This is a lot of money, much more money than we normally would look at in this sector, which is specifically for culture and creativity, because it makes a lot of sense to do something in research here as well, and everything we have discussed before, AI, digital streaming, whatever. There are a lot of programs which could be and are actually already up and running in this cluster. So I think this is something which is really important for the sector as well, to look at other possibilities to be present and to be improving the situations of the sector, and Horizon Europe obviously is a great one. Music Moves Europe, I think that's, and you were mentioning Culture Moves Europe. Culture Moves Europe. I think that's a very interesting program in terms of approach, because it's extremely simple. It's just giving artists the possibility to travel for a certain amount of time to another country, 40 countries of Creative Europe, so it's beyond the 27, and gives this artist the possibility for a few weeks to be active as an artist in this other country, providing a certain infrastructure that the artist can actually perform as an artist as well. And that's obviously very important for a musician, because a musician needs to perform. There's another element to it, which is called the residence call, and that's basically financing institutions who receive artists. It has only been the deadline last week, so that's completely news to us as well. I think the interesting feature is it's really small and addressed to individual artists. So not a big bureaucratic fuss. You don't need to be a member of an organization. You don't need to be, being part of a big logistical operation. It's a relatively simple exercise. And the first results show that it is very successful. A lot of people are taking it up, but I really invite you with all your networks and platforms to make promotion about it and to give individuals the possibility to be traveling to another country and being active as an artist and make links to other networks and meet other artists.
Thank you. I think we've covered a wide range from the huge budgets of Horizon Europe down to the, if I may call them, micro funding for individuals. And of course, money is a major part of what musicians need. And then there's the question of policy support for the music sector and for music creators. As we heard from Alexis Georgoulis earlier, and as you mentioned, the European Union Parliament has called on the Commission, and I'm quoting the suggestion, to propose a European status of the artist with a common framework for working conditions and minimum standards common to all European Union countries. What's the perspective of the Commission in that regard? How feasible is a European framework for the status of the artist, and do you think that it would be of particular use for the music sector?
I mean, this initiative looks to me like really hitting the nail, because this is the real problem of the European cultural sector. That the status of the individual artist is very often one of a very helpless individual being confronted not only with the little part creating art, but everything which is surrounding it, like getting your royalties, getting your rights right, getting exposition, getting acts, getting to be able to perform, a lot of other things. And then somebody mentioned it, getting a pension as well, being able to send your kids to school and all this. And again, I think the COVID years have shown how miserable in reality the situation of artists is. It has actually also shown how in many member states the artists who were completely cut out of any business, so to speak, were not at all part of any national support programs very often, because they didn't really have a status, or they didn't really, belong to any entity. So I think it's the million euro question, obviously, because looking at this, what does it mean? It means you talk about social rights, you talk about education, you talk about taxes, you talk about all sorts of things, and most of those are not at all union competence. And I think that's, kind of the trick in this. And our member states, not only in the cultural field, are extremely, extremely sensitive if it comes to intruding into their national competencies. In some member states, it's not even a national competence, it's a regional competence. But when it comes to issues like taxes or employment or whatever, insurance schemes or child protection or God knows what, of course it's even more complicated. So where we are now is that the European Parliament has actually not produced a report yet. They said they will produce a report. They have set a roadmap for that, which is quick. They will adopt that according to their planning in January, so that's in a few months' time. And then at the moment they are just looking at who does what, basically, a rapporteur, etc., and define also exactly the scope. Now, I think the trick here will be not to be too ambitious, because if not, it explodes immediately. I think that's my guess as being around for a while, because member states will extremely immediately push back. But also not to be under-ambitious and not just stay with some declarations, but really try to move in certain areas. And there is a little bit of hope, because the hope in the sense of the member states, because the member states, they have just adopted what they call their work plan for culture for the next 3 years, and they do mention this, artists' rights. The Spanish presidency, which is the coming presidency, has put it very high on their agenda. So I think we have a bit of a momentum here, but of course, which we need to fill with reality.
Yeah, I think you're referring to the Council's resolution, Work Plan for Culture 23 to 26. It's a very beautifully written text and commitment to art and culture and the creator in Europe. But if I understand you correctly, you think there is a concrete possibility of a framework, that the question is not whether there will be one, but how far it can go to be effective.
Yeah, no, I think I would not go as far as that. I mean, we need to wait for the resolution of the Parliament. And the first thing, and there are colleagues from Parliament in the room, I mean, the Parliament needs to adopt first the resolution, and that's a democratic process which, we cannot anticipate the result of it. But I think if the Parliament will do that, the Commission will take it very seriously. It's all about initiative, no? Which we normally have the right of initiative, but the Parliament can ask the Commission to be active in a certain area. And I think as I can see, and you mentioned it before, in the area of culture, you have a really broad coalition over the party lines in the European Parliament. And that is a very, very good basis for a lot of positive things which have happened in the past, be it the enormous increase of the Creative Europe program, be it some other areas where the Parliament has really been instrumental in pushing forward the cultural agenda. So I'm very optimistic that they will actually get to such a resolution.
Thank you. We'll be opening up the floor to questions in a moment, but before we do that, I'd be very grateful if you could give me just a little feedback from your personal perspectives, and not necessarily just speaking for the Commission, but for yourself and your impressions of everything we've heard this afternoon, particularly in regard to music streaming, which is one of the very, very central points in music creators' existence, not just related to remuneration, but also discoverability and visibility. These are all keywords in our common interests. So is this something the Commission intends to tackle, and what have you taken away from the discussions this afternoon?
It does tackle. I mean, the copyright issue is a streaming issue as well. I think the difficulty we are facing here, and that's a bit of a general comment, if you allow me. Somebody said before, we know everything and we just need to act. And somebody else said this afternoon, actually Mr. Price said just before, when he did sign his contract 15 years ago, there was a DVD which was sold in a shop, and then there were the rights, etc. You remember the story he told. And I think Mr. Price's story is really a very good explanation of this thing is moving so fast that it is not everything is clear as we speak today. Maybe something has gone ahead. I mean, artificial intelligence, this afternoon's intervention of the colleagues were very, very impressive in this sense. And the difficulty of a legislator, and that's a worldwide phenomenon since the Roman Empire, the legislator is always running behind reality. First, we need to understand the problem. And when we understand the problem, the thing has moved ahead in light speed. And we have done a study, an analysis, which is based on the facts of 2 years ago. And something completely different, he was mentioning this afternoon, I don't know, this new software is coming up. The best example for that is, I have been a bit involved in my past career, was when we tried to legislate Google. And I remember there were meetings when, people, the legislator, the commissioners, nobody had an idea what an algorithm was. They have never heard about that before. And I mean, be honest. Ask in your family kind of, can you please give me a quick explanation what an algorithm is? And then you are asked as a legislator, as a lawyer, as we, in a legal service, God knows where, to legislate on how do you actually get this thing under control. And I think this streaming is a classic. It's, we are all in an analog mindset where people went to a shop and bought a record, which, by the way, I hear is coming back, so maybe all the problems will be solved in the future. They sold more vinyl this year than whatever, but so good. But that's the reality, and that's the mindset we are in. And then you ask the legislator, can you please set up some rules, how we control and how we guarantee the rights? The other thing I take away is coming back to this artist, and coming back again to the example in this previous panel, everybody was saying, you were saying that, you are a young artist, you have no clue about negotiations, and you're sitting in front of this big company and they screw you. And that's, that's part of life, isn't it? It happens everywhere. Now, what you need to do, I think, and this is a bit your task, and that's not the legislator or the parliament who will do that, you need to make sure that your artists are trained. I mean, you said you do that. But that's really where you heavily need to invest. I was in Eurosonic and in January, and there were a lot of panels on exactly that. You know, a young artist does not only have to write music and compose, he or she should also get a basic understanding of how this sector works and how the industry works and how, you know, you can improve your performance. And then you have this, and we are not going to solve this small versus big thing, you know. In the end, most of you are individual composers, and your partner is a multinational. So, you know, you're always going to be in a weak position, and no law will be ever defined who will be able to protect you from all the potential dangers of such a situation. So I think the important thing, and that's actually to come back what the Commission can do, I think we need to make also a bit of a better roadmap, and that I say that to myself, of what we can do as, you know, people who do occasionally write laws and rules, and what we cannot do, and be very honest about it. Not go to such events and say, yeah, fine, your problem, we will solve it, we will write a directive or a regulation or God knows what. Because there are many things which, you know, are kind of lower hanging fruits, again, coming back to the training and other issues where you just need to be, you know, investing you as well. Huh? And then I like the other thing, this name and shame. Yeah, I mean, this is the way how we were talking about, you know, you get big against the small. You have in France, because we were talking about France, the way you can a little bit put pressure on Carrefour, on something completely different, food prices. It's exactly the same issue in a way, is name and shame, because they don't like to have a bad reputation. And because, as somebody said, if you buy nowadays, you buy a little bit with a different mindset. I think, do this name and shame. I have no difficulties with that, and put some pressure, but again, for that you need to be organized.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to go into detail as to how much I agree with a lot of what you said, but I'd just like to say thank you for the honesty about what the Commission can do and can't do, and I think not just a roadmap, but also the communication about that, especially in this context, is very welcome, because I think we can inform each other. And as Michael Page mentioned earlier, not just creators and legislators, but also creators and policymakers tend to be at their best when they work in synergy. Enough of me. Can I please ask you for your questions? Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Stefan Gies. I am heading the AEC, which is the Association Européenne des Conservatoires. Thank you very much for your very informative and interesting presentation. Earlier you highlighted the significance of Horizon Europe for the art sector and for the music sector in particular. And I'm very happy to hear that message. And I also appreciate that there has been introduced new programs in the last 3-4 years. But still, these programs were on very, very specific, particular let's say, interests or subjects, let's say, that related to music industry or to AI. And still, I think the vast majority of research which is going on in the music sector, albeit about musicology, empirical studies, social studies, the growing sector of artistic research is still not eligible to apply for Horizon funding. And I think overall, even the humanities and the art sector as a whole is a little bit favorized in that program. What could we do to improve that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a new feature. This cluster 2, culture and creativity, is new. So it's for the first time ever that they can, or parts of them can apply for these funds. And I think this is something which is in the making now. Huh? We will have to prove also that it makes sense and it will be taken up, the funds which are available, that there is enough interest from the sector to go in this direction. And I think then, on basis of what you have as an experience, and also probably on those ones who cannot apply and who would like to apply, you would be able to adapt the program. There is a window of opportunity relatively soon. You know that the current program runs out actually in 2026, but the preparation for the new program will start next year. So that's certainly one of the areas where we can look at and see whether it needs to be open. But again, we need to look at the success rate as well. Because what's not good in this context is to say we have 400 million and X million were only taken up. Which is, by the way, the complete contrary of Creative Europe, where we have total underfinancing. The success rate at the moment is very low because we have so much demand, which is, I think, in itself showing that it is successful.
Good
yes,
evening.
please, Luc.
So shall I start? Lorenzo Carola, Forum de la Création Musicale, the French-speaking Belgian Composers Association. Thank you very much for your intervention. You talked about name and shame. Do you think fair practice label, European fair practice label, is something viable, something that could work in such a situation?
So just to keep the microphone, because I'm not sure whether I understood your question. So that Europe kind of creates a label and puts it on a fair company.
For fair trade, for instance.
Oh, we don't do that for fair trade. That's a private thing.
In Austria, there's a national initiative of the IG Kultur for fair pay, and a label that you can subscribe to if you comply to the fair pay reader. It works, and it's becoming part of the conditions for public funding.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting idea. Never thought about it, but it's if you believe that the good thing, the basis of your intervention is that you think the EU has a good credibility and a positive reputation, and that I like. So if you put a label on something, people will say it's good. It's an interesting idea, frankly. Why not? But again, this does not relieve you from your responsibility that you need to do this on a kind of organized private way, so to speak, via your platforms, via your organization, to put them out in the public if totally irresponsible, unfair contracts, etc., are published. Are done. But here again, I mean, I do have a little bit of an experience in a different, because that's the reason why I was talking about the food there's this name and shame in the food industry. And it doesn't really work. And you know why it doesn't work? Fact of fear. Nobody dares to do that. So if you are a composer and you say, I've been unfairly treated by HBO, you're dead. Nobody wants to deal with you. I'm saying that like this now, but it's a bit blunt. But I'm afraid that's the problem of these name and shame things. They exist in a variety of sectors, and most of the time they don't work, even if you guarantee anonymity and whatever you call it. It very often doesn't work because of, if it's kind of an institutionalized thing, then everybody's afraid to use it.
Excuse me, may I take the floor? Thank you for giving me the floor. I would like to ask you regarding the labeling, if it would be a good idea for a pilot project to see how it works and invest on this labeling. Not name and shame, maybe name and thrive would be a pilot project that could the Commission consider about it?
What should I answer to the legislators sitting here? I mean, that obviously is. I think again, it's for me the first time I hear it. It would be good maybe to discuss before and to see how this could look like, this label. How would we? So would you give a label to Universal Music because they treat composers well? Yeah, I know that this is not the one you have in mind.
Yes, of course. If they do that, yes.
Yeah, if they do that, okay. Yeah, why not? I mean, it's an interesting idea. Again, I think we should discuss it. Let's discuss it.
It's very nice to see the, absolutely, I realize. And you know, we're happy to be part of your private joke, and I mean that very seriously. We, music creators and music sector, I have to say we don't feel privileged to be talking to you today. We feel equal, and we feel that we are enriching each other in a very positive sense. We're grateful for the exchange. And we're grateful for your listening to us, but we're also grateful to be able to give you our input. And I'd like to thank you all very much for being here today. And I will pass back to our president, Helen Lindvall. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. This isn't working. I think that we weren't able to take all the questions, so maybe we can do the questions after because we're running late on the schedule. I will say I'm very happily, I will happily take your advice on board and do the shaming. I think that's something that we're glad to have your support in that sense. And I do think that if you do it as an organization, and as a group of music creators, that's why we're here, so that these composers and songwriters won't be hung out to dry on their own and won't be blackballed by these platforms. It kind of reminds me, just quickly, of the Eurosonic, as you mentioned. There was one of our members that told us about Buyouts, and when he had actually composed for a TV show, and it was cancelled after 3 episodes. And the producers came back to him and asked if they could have some of the money back. I mean, now we're really talking about unfair practices. But now we're going to conclude our whole. I want to thank everyone for listening, and all the speakers that we've had, for informing us and enlightening us and taking your time to come here today. And we're going to conclude with our honorary president, Alphonse Karabuda, who's also the president of the International Music Council, and he's going to give us a few wise words to conclude our program. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Wise words or not, I'll say, as we said earlier today, everything has been said already. Now it's my turn to say it. So, dear distinguished guests, dear colleagues, also distinguished, I'm Alphonse Karabuda, I'm composer, and I'm the former president of ECSA and the initiator of the first Creators Conference in 2010. Currently, I'm president of the International Music Council, the biggest network of music organizations and institutions founded in 1949 by UNESCO, with an outreach of 600 million members. We work closely, of course, with our regional council, the European Music Council in Europe, where ECSA is a member. And we also facilitate EU projects and collaborations reaching a global scope. And the IMC is guided by 5 music rights. You can see them here. And I think they describe the importance of caring of the whole musical value chain, something that today's topics have described very well. And it's been a great edition of the Creators Conference. Thank you all who made it possible. And I'm thrilled to see that you all here is sharing once again crucial issues for composers, for songwriters, for lyricists, but also for anyone enjoying music, film, theater, games. And also on a more serious note, also what music transmitted through and enhancing cultural diversity, freedom of speech, on which any democratic society stands. So music is a bridge between cultures, it's an accelerator for businesses, and it's also certainly the reason for many EU and global innovations' raison d'être. So let us not forget, you've heard me say this before, but a streaming service without content, without music, is nothing. Music without a streaming service, it's music. So I'm pleased, and this is why I'm pleased also that the Creators Conference and its participants today problematize on the obvious flaws of the streaming services infrastructure. Services that policymakers of most EU member states after COVID identified as increasingly important when we could no longer fully trust the physical and analog access to culture. But the same policymakers have yet to clearly contribute to making these spaces enablers for diversity of musical expressions and sustainable businesses, remunerating the authors, creating the content that every one of these services build their whole business models upon. I might sound a bit harsh, but it's all with goodwill. I see the progress that EU has made in this area, going from wanting to be and have their own Google and Facebook to realizing that it's really the diverse quality art content that characterizes Europe. And it's this, that valuable art content that is important to ourselves and also to others. Our colleagues around the world are envious on important improvements made by, for example, the Copyright Directive. We have an advantage. Still, and I remember President of the EU Commission Juncker describing us, the artists and creators, as EU's crown jewels. Yeah, someone is laughing, but I have to say that we're proud of that. We're proud of that, but I have to say that we're not only beautiful earrings for the EU and European Union to wear, we are part of the engine making the union work. And the engine needs fuel, green, of course, and the occasional legislative service now and then. And I think that's a reasonable price for taking us towards our mutual goals. I could add that I think that the creators should be in the driver's seat, but that's a subjective opinion of mine, of course. Let's agree, though, on sharing the vehicle and trying not to travel in opposite directions at the same time. EU, you're doing good, but you can do better. How? As many of us here today, and I had a pretty busy schedule, so I tried also getting some help from artificial intelligence. So I asked the question, and it turns out that future tech is better in describing the past, as was said today. It's using all the facts from before, and it had difficulties explaining what will make EU and its art prosperous for the future. It says it's a difficult question, and I agree with AI. It's difficult knowing what we need to do, but maybe not so difficult knowing who should do it. No one knows better than the creators and innovators themselves, but we need to be better at knowledge sharing. As co-leader of the project One Voice in Sweden now, during its EU presidency, I clearly see that the ability for every stakeholder to continuously learn and upskill is a fundamental aspect of a sustainable transformation of our ecosystem. Given the great diversity of existing initiatives in the field of education, information from and about the music sector, there's a sizable opportunity to gather and mutualize resources at European level. Aggregation of existing resources as a first step should contribute to both accessibility and cumulative impact of existing knowledge bases, which unfortunately are usually developed in silos. This requires some groundwork, of course, of ecosystem mapping, which would be beneficial not only for the purpose of capacity building, but also knowledge sharing, and also an instrument of dialogue and cooperation across the value chain. And remember, dear policymakers, when strengthening trust and understanding, outsourcing a dialogue you should have with the stakeholders is not always the best idea. Considering the level of expertise already deployed in Europe by umbrella organizations like ECSA and associations, government entities, research centers, institutes, CMOs, private music sectors, and data-driven technology providers, Europe has a unique opportunity to leverage our capacity with a collaborative approach across the ecosystem. All this results in collaborative innovation, a framework that could act as a key differentiator and guiding principle of the EU approach towards music. And I am sorry for talking too much, especially being the one obstacle between you and the cocktail. But so let me end with a simplified message. Whatever brings value to a musical value chain is welcome. What drains it is bad. When creators and performers receive their royalties over time, it's an important part of a sustainable ecosystem. When companies use their power to grab our rights through total buyouts, the value leaves the ecosystem and often leaves Europe. They don't reinvest as it's proven to be done when we, the creators and performers, receive our remuneration. We invest in creating more culture to benefit the whole society instead of a few shareholders across the big pond. So we don't need more buyouts. We need buying in. We need buying into the principle that music and culture are worth investing in for more reasons than short-term profit. And many of you here today have an important role to play in safeguarding and promoting these principles. The Creators Conference today has given us several concrete steps to take towards a more sustainable and lucrative music industry. So no time to lose. Let's not start now, though. Let's first enjoy the cocktail. And then full throttle ahead. So thank you for listening, and thank you, ECSA, for setting the good example for many to follow. Thank you.
And thank you, Alphonse, for, I told you there'd be wise words. And as you mentioned, there is a cocktail reception starting downstairs. And after that, at 8 o'clock, we have a concert by the ECSA AEC mentees for about half an hour. So please stick around for that, because that's a really important initiative that we have. We have a lot of the mentors and mentees here today. Thank you all, and see you for a cocktail.